What's up, everybody? No, I didn't forget. I didn't forget. Hi, y'all. Hi, everybody. My sweatshirt with my sweatshirt with the watermelon in the shape of Palestine. I wore a couple days ago and it was dirty, so I have my press sweatshirt on today. But yeah, it is. It's a day of, you know, I think it's important to, yes, thank you to Offline Tits. I think it's important to celebrate and be joyous that finally we have a ceasefire. And of course we will talk about how it doesn't begin and end here, right? But I have been watching videos of people in Gaza, just celebrating in the streets that the news they have so desperately been waiting for is finally here. And of course, Israel is up until the last moment going to be bombing as much as they can. I know it's tough. It's hard because we know that Israel's still continuing to murder Palestinians. The ceasefire is to go into effect on Sunday, and I can't imagine the terror right now for those who are in Gaza who are celebrating the news but also understand better than anybody that Israel will bomb up until and even after. And yet there has been no good news that when something like this happens, which is that an official ceasefire has been reached, it's wanting to feel good about something. It's wanting to feel good about something. And I think I saw somebody online that was like, I saw a Palestinian person online that was like, with all due respect, we know that Palestine is not free. We know that Israel violates ceasefires. We know that they are continuing to bomb, but please also let us have a moment of joy, right? Let us just celebrate something, even if it's not, even if it's not ultimately what needs to be accomplished here. And also, even as we know full well that Israel is going to try to kill as many Palestinians as they can on the way out. So, we kind of said the same thing with the ruling by the ICC, with Amnesty International declaring this a genocide, where it's like, it is important in these moments to recognize that it is a moment, right? It is a moment. They deserve even just a moment of reprieve and celebration. Yeah. And we know, those of us who are not in Gaza, who are not in the West Bank, who do not have family, who have, we ourselves have not had to endure this, or many of us do not have family who have been killed, or, who have barely survived the last 15 months. We understand that there is still work to be done, right? we don't stop advocating. And yet I do think we need to recognize too, like, sorry, we have to hold space as well for Palestinians to feel a moment of relief, for those who have protested and advocated for a ceasefire to end the to end the bombings and the genocide, political movement in some direction that is towards good. Mexa Christie, thank you for the 4 months. Turning Boss, thank you for the 2. Trace, thank you for the 20 months. Bandit D, thank you for the gifted. David, thank you for the tier 1. So anyway, we are going to take a look at that today, and I'm also going to review No Other Land, which I finally got a chance to see. And I watched that this afternoon, and then the BAFTA nominations came out. So the BAFTAs are the British version of the Academy Awards, and I was very excited to see that No Other Land received a nomination there. And I really am, I really am hoping that when the Oscar nominations come out, that it is the second Palestinian film to receive an Oscar nomination. The first being Five Broken Cameras. That came out 13 years ago. And so would love to see that film go all the way. And I'm going to do as much as I can with my platform to ensure that that film gets seen, or as many people are as made aware of that film as possible. I'm seeing libs try to claim that Biden couldn't stop supporting genocide because the Dems would have lost even harder. Hell is not big enough. If there's hell, it is not big enough for all of the people who need to be burning in the fiery depths. I was really thinking about that today as I was watching No Other Land, and then, seeing the news of the ceasefire online. The Dems would have lost even harder. Yeah, they got their asses kicked. So I guess a bigger ass kicking, which is not even true. Like, that is just, I can't. I'm trying to feel relief, but as a Palestinian, it's going to always feel uneasy for all of us unless we're truly free one day. Like, hey, I want to visit my own country without feeling scared. Yeah. I just keep looking at videos of people in Gaza who, their only thoughts for the last 15 months has been immediate survival, right? Like, apartheid and occupation and ethnic cleansing. These are things that have been happening for decades. That is the reality of every Palestinian who lives in Gaza, who lives in the West Bank. And that is something that's always there. But the last 15 months, the immediate need has been securing a ceasefire because they have incessantly been brutalized, and bombs have destroyed so much of Gaza and killed so many people, and it will take a long time to know the full depths of this brutality. So, yeah, I mean, we always say this is a step in the right direction, It is better than what has been happening for the last 15 months, which is just bold-faced lies as we send billions more to Israel. I mean, Joe Biden, what was it, a week ago? He authorized? I'm okay. I'll come grab it in a little bit. Thank you, babe.
I'm taking the night off.
You're taking the night off?
I'm too tired and sore.
Oh, I get it. I get it. Thank you. I'll eat a little bit later. Yeah, let's see. Biden administration notifies Congress of planned $8 billion weapon sale to Israel. This is from a week ago. So Biden, on his way out, had to make sure that they sent even more money. Like, this is his legacy. I don't give a shit about anything else. And don't let them gaslight you. Don't let them rewrite anything. Joe Biden's legacy through and through that he should only be remembered for is genocide. He will always be Genocide Joe. The last 15 months of genocide, the undue pain and suffering that so many people in Gaza have experienced is Joe Biden's doing. And he should always be remembered. He should be remembered as the guy who didn't give a fuck that so many helpless people, including children, have been just brutalized. What a way to end his political career. You know, through and through, Biden has been the biggest supporter of Israel. As he said, him being he is an ardent Zionist, and he, until his final weeks, has been showing us exactly who he is and how he should be remembered. Couldn't hit the student loan forgiveness button on his way out. Yeah. Nothing. Rent cap, student loan, healthcare, none of that. But the big button that says send more money, send billions more in weapons to Israel. Meh. Of course. Where did I read in the news today that Kamala Harris's stand on Gaza was a contributing factor for her loss of the election for president? Probably multiple publications, because it was. And we knew it. Like, this is the thing, and this is what I said yesterday, is like, we are not learning anything that we haven't already been screaming about for a long time. When Kamala Harris said, I will not break from Biden on Israel, I will be no different from Joe Biden. Like, the United States will always support Israel, blah, blah, blah. We went, you're going to lose. You will lose. Shame on you. And, everybody who's, of course, everyone is talking about online how the pressure that Trump applied in a day before he takes office again showcases how we knew that they were lying. We knew that they were pretending as if they could not apply pressure on Israel. When we said a phone call, it's because it takes a phone call. And we have seen that before with previous administrations. With Reagan in the 80s. Even Bush, H and W. Other presidents who have utilized the power of the United States to rein Israel in when they thought that it called for it, except for Biden. I mean, in 2021, he did more, actually, than he did in the last 15 months when the death and destruction when the death and destruction has never been greater for like this amount of time. So let's start off and
the vicinity of the hospital pouring.
let's start off and look
Our first
at.
guest is just the man we
No,
needed.
that's Jimmy Kimmel. I don't want to watch that right now. We will watch that.
We're going to continue with.
You're going to watch celebrations taking place across Gaza to welcome news of the ceasefire deal. Chica Spark, thank you. Hesitation Station, thank you so much.
Our breaking news from here in Doha. After 15 months of Israel's war on Gaza, negotiators have now reached a ceasefire agreement. According to media reports, celebrations are taking place right across Gaza.
Here's the poll about Harris losing support because of the Biden admin support for Israel's genocide. Gaza was #1 issue for Biden 2020 voters who did not vote for Harris. When they were asked in 2024 which one of the following issues was most important to deciding your vote, 29% ending Israel's violence in Gaza. Yeah, I mean, we talked extensively about all the failures by the Democrats that led to their sweeping loss in the election. And Gaza was certainly one that they threw in the face of people who were protesting them. It's like, yeah, Donald Trump is a horrible person, but he was going around being like, we're going to get a ceasefire, right? I'm going to make sure like this is going to get taken care of, blah, blah, blah. And, he went and like did his thing where he'll talk out of his mouth on both sides, but he talked to Muslim voters in Michigan. And he was like, they hate you, they being the Democrats. And then you juxtapose that with Kamala Harris, I'm speaking, with the current administration that she was the vice president of, just, being like, sorry, nothing we can do. Oh, but here's more money. Here's more USA bombs and aircrafts carrying the bombs to drop on the people below. The Democrats don't get things done because they do not want to. They are, if you have not recognized by now that the Democrats do not get things done. Some of them are simply incompetent. Some of them are controlled opposition. Some of them, many of them are okay with not getting things done as long as they can retain their power, as long as they can hold on to their positions. Seriously. And you look at like the Republicans and of course people vote for them because they get things done. They'll be like, oh, I'm going to do this, and then they'll do it. And so people who vote for them are like, well, at least they're getting stuff done.
Okay, these are live pictures that we're bringing you from Deir al-Balah. We've seen scenes of jubilation and celebration over different parts of Gaza in the last couple of hours or so since it was announced that a ceasefire agreement appears to have been reached between Israel and Hamas. Hani Mahmoud is in Deir al-Balah.
I just don't get people like Pelosi. What is that money for if you're still working? It's so her granddaughter can come in and get bottle service for her 21st birthday. Real story. But no, it's these motherfuckers trade in power, right? Like that is currency. And they just are they have had power for so long. They have been in these very cushy positions, and that is what matters to them.
In central Gaza. Hani, just talk
Her
to us about
granddaughter
the kind
showed
of
up.
atmosphere there is
Yeah,
where
I
you
served
are.
her.
Well, as of this moment, the celebration are still happening. They're taking place. There are more people leaving their tent sites from the surrounding of the area, the vicinity of the hospital, pouring into the courtyard of the hospital. It's just so amazing to see the hospital right now. In the morning, the courtyard of the hospital was a stage for many of the funerals of early hour this morning, the 10 people who were killed in the overnight attacks.
I don't understand how for the last 15 months liberals have been calling the Israelis the victims in all this, but Israel's crying for more war while those in Gaza are crying tears of joy that the bombing will stop at least for a little while. Because a lot of liberals are not morally good people, and they go by what the Democratic Party goes by, and the Democratic Party has been saying that Israel has the right to defend itself, that Israel's the victim, that we will always support Israel. You know, they have spread so much dehumanizing propaganda. Like the President of the United States was still spreading propaganda after it had been thoroughly debunked. Like after we had moved on past that, after even like Israeli state officials went, yeah, that's not substantiated. And then we would all move on. And then geriatric Joe would get up there and be like, beheaded babies, Jack. I've seen the pictures. Like that was the President of the United States. Like, so yeah, there are a lot of liberals, you know, where it's where the quotes like scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds comes from. Liberals who are more care more about the aesthetics of progress than any real progress, right? Liberals who are against every war except for the current war. Liberals who are for every protest except the one that's currently happening. Where when the moment comes, when the moment is here, that they are actually against progress. And then later they'll be like, oh yeah, that was wrong. Yeah, Joe Biden, who said today that Hezbollah attacked on October 7th. I cannot say what I think should happen to this man. I cannot say. If I speak, yeah. He gets up there and says Hezbollah, who did October 7th. I've seen some liberals fantasizing about Palestinians dying extra hard right after the election, like they were the reason Trump won, and I wasn't the least bit surprised. Yeah, there were a lot of liberals who responded to Trump's win by basically like gleefully getting ready to call ICE on immigrants, by like saying to anybody who is who's Latin American, anybody with Mexican heritage, like the racism just full came out. Truly. Have fun once we call ICE on you. Right? I mean, there were just like many mask off moments. Saying how have fun to all those in Gaza, to any Palestinians who have family there. Have fun as your families die even harder. It's like, oh, you people don't care. You people don't care about the things you pretend that you care about. You're sick. They were doing TikToks about how to call ICE. I know. You can Fed post, Queen? No, I really cannot. I can't. And also I need to set a good example that y'all got to be careful. Yeah. Obviously that was not it was not every single person or every single liberal online who was like gleefully fantasizing about an even worse genocide, right? Like just I don't know what that would be, but I guess Palestinians being nuked, or fantasizing about immigrants, about Latino voters all being violently ripped away by ICE. But man, let me tell you that is certainly an attitude that we have seen. And the thing is that that's reflected in the politicians that they are sycophants for. Kamala Harris doesn't care about Palestinian people. Kamala Harris didn't care about immigrants. No, she cares about power. That's it.
The many that followed, and now we're seeing a completely different scene in front of us. People have been...
Yeah, this is the woman who then, was laughing about Trump not building as much of the wall as he said he would. It's like, whoa, what? How have we gotten to this point that now it's not even... Now we're making fun of Trump for not building the wall?
Displaced, traumatized, hungry, are at the hospital celebrating this
Sarah,
moment with much of
months.
happiness and excitement, and much of the feelings that were suppressed in the past 15 months, to the point people were not allowed to express any of their feelings, to reprieve or to mourn properly their loved ones and their relatives. But now it's an opportunity for them. But it's worth mentioning as well, it's still not clear when the ceasefire is going to take effect here, because we just seen an ambulance vehicle just pulled up inside the hospital, bringing injuries from an attack in a Nusayrat refugee camp. And this is exactly the concern now. We're seeing it from the time of announcement that there is an agreement into the time that it's going to take effect. Those are 24 hours, are very critical time. And what we are worried about, what everybody now worried about, despite the high level of happiness and excitement here, almost non-believable, they're worried that the attacks are going to increase and more people are going to die within the coming 24 hours, as exactly the time that this ceasefire is going to take effect. But again, we're seeing a completely different scene here, a dramatic change from what happened in the morning and what is happening now. This is a scene right now. This is a scene of the celebration of many of the people that, as long as we reported it from here, We've seen them here asking us questions, talking about the end of the war, talking about the end of the bombardment. This particular man,
these are just people who have suffered in unimaginable ways. People who have lost like hundreds of their family members, that they may be one of the only people left in their families. You know, there has just been nothing. They have known nothing but death. Nothing. And how they have been so desperate and probably gave up hope, many of them, that there would even be a ceasefire, let alone all the other things that need to happen so that these people can have the freedom that they have so deserved.
Lifted up by the people who are happiness. One of the displaced people who we have many encounter with lost his part of his family, lost his home, and been staying in the hospital sheltering for the past months. And most of what they are singing right now are just words that express the happiness and the euphoria that they are feeling it right now. It's repeating itself across the central area, in tent sites, in the streets, and here in the hospital. But what's really interesting now is the change, the dramatic change you've seen here. Early in the morning, many of the funerals, message of the sadness, and now it's completely different. People are happy and excited and hoping for the best in the coming hours.
Hani, it is worth pointing out, of course, that as you rightly say, the ceasefire has not officially started yet, and one would imagine there is going to be concern, despite the celebrations, that there are so many people gathered in various places across Gaza that, of course, the attacks may be continuing. You mentioned there that there was an attack, we understand, from the Nusayrat refugee camp.
Yes, absolutely. And right now, what we're seeing is more of a sudden reaction to 15 months of ongoing mass bombardment, to the point people did not believe they're going to survive it. They just remember the initial weeks of this genocide. Israeli officials, the political level, the military level, issued many of the statements and expressed sentiments that were very genocidal, that did not leave anyone in any positive hope that this is going to end or they are going to stay alive. Just the past months have proven what the Israeli military meant. Not only the ongoing bombardment and the daily killing by the hours, but also many of the restrictions that imposed on people. No fuel, no water, no medical supplies, no food supplies. Part of the Gaza Strip went hungry. Enforces starvation, enforced dehydration, famine that struck the northern part of the Strip. People started to look in areas where waste is being thrown, looking for food. Many of the hungry children, people died of hypothermia and the cold weather, not only from the unpredictable bombs, but all of this took place because nobody believed that this is going to come and end. Everyone would go by the end of the day, being thankful that they made it through the day, went to sleep, not sure if they are going to wake up. And this happens to almost everyone here. Many of the time
I remember reading, like, God, eight months ago, about how Palestinian parents had stopped telling their kids that everything was going to be okay. Of how the reality was just too apparent that it, kids, they knew, and how, for a lot of people who have survived, they've used social media as a way to check in, to say, day 100, we're still alive. Day 175, day 200, day 300, day 400, and 30. and how it really has been something where so many people have died, and the survival, just basic survival, has been what 2 million people have had to focus on for a year and 3 months now. And how I don't know, like I think really think about what that says when parents no longer tell their children that everything is going to be okay, because the kids are unfortunately not shielded from the truth and from how horrific the reality on the ground is.
Showed up here at the tent. We did not know if we were going to make it back in the evening to our homes and come back in the morning because of the intensity of the situations.
Guys, this is someone who doesn't understand what they're talking about. Can't we all get along? It's like, this is the person from Mean Girls who's like, I wish I could just bake a cake. It's not worth. This is not a person who has any understanding of any of this, okay? Somebody who says, can't we just all get along? Yeah, well.
Hani, thanks very much indeed. That's Hani Mahmoud talking to us there from Deir al-Balah. Okay, let's hear some more reactions from Gaza on the reports of a ceasefire deal.
By God, we are very happy that this crisis, sadness, bombing and death that happened to us is finally over, and that we will return to our hometowns and return to our families in Beit Hanun, Gaza and the north, and see our families who remained alive, and see our lives, return to our old lives and be happy and live like we used to.
Make sure to subscribe to our...
Yeah, I want to show you some more celebrations here. Look at him take off his, like, also just the understanding of how many Palestinian journalists have been murdered. You know, how few remain after 15 months. It's the most dangerous area in the world for journalists, for children. And seeing this journalist
من جسدي خلال هذه المدة وخلال هذه الفترة الطويلة والذي كان على مدار الوقت يرافقني والآن نعلن هنا
his press coverage.
داخل مدينة غزة هذا الإعلان ووقف إطلاق النار للمواطنين ولكل سكان غزة الذين تعرضوا إلى حرب الإبادة وتعرضوا إلى القصف وتعرضوا إلى التهجير وتعرضوا إلى النزوح في هذا الموقف وفي هذا المكان الذي أقف فيه أنا التي أرهقتني طوال.
Yeah.
أمي ماتت روح قبرها
These are little kids saying, what will you do on the first day of a ceasefire? I want to go to my mother. My mother died. I want to visit her grave and pray over her grave. When the truce starts, we're going to wait for those in the south. When they return, we're going to go to the chalet. Then we're going to travel to Austria to see my uncle. If a truce takes place, I wish I could sleep alone on my bed and without hearing the sounds of missiles as they drop on us. But I wish those in the south return. I wish that whenever there's a truce and the rebuilding is over and my school is rebuilt, to go see my friends and play football, to go to the crossing and wait for those in the south. And my wish is to be able to sleep on the bed alone without hearing any missiles or bombings. I wish that those in the south return. I wish that I could sleep in my beautiful room. I wish that those in the south return and go to the beach and have fun and go to my school, for the war to end and those in the south return and go back to our home and play with my toys, to go back and rebuild our home as it was and make it better than it was before. When the truce begins, God willing, I'll go to Al Shajaya with my father, wait for all our loved ones and relatives from the south, and God willing, it returned to me, and this is my wish, for my bed to return to me and my blanket and my bed and room, and can go back to eating healthy food. I wish I could go back home and go to school and sit by myself in a room, to feel a sense of safety, to be able to sleep without missiles and stuff like that. I wish I could wait for my family, then go together to our home. I wish those in the south would return, and my uncles and my aunts return, and for me to live in our home. And bye. Oh, these little babies. Yeah, this deal could have been reached on October 8th or soon after, but Israel wanted to commit. Yeah, these are all, it's very sobering in the celebration of understanding that this is a ceasefire deal that had been proposed by Hamas shortly after October 7th, and how this is pretty much the deal that was brokered back in the summer, and how Netanyahu in the 11th hour, because they did not want to stop, added amendments, and then the United States, in order to save face and in order to again provide cover for Israel, said that Hamas had actually not agreed to the ceasefire deal. So yeah, this is not something that has not been on the table for a long time. And it's shameful. I mean, there's so many reasons that it's shameful, but one is that a lot of people didn't need to die. All these kids just wanting their homes and family back, but how many actually have homes left and how many family members will return? Yeah, that's the thing is I can imagine that everyone in Gaza has either lost family members or knows somebody who's lost family members. There's just no way to avoid the loss because of how staggering it is. Don't get me wrong, a ceasefire is great news, but what happens next? Is Israel going to do anything more than not killing Palestinians? Is Israel going to support the people they genocided in any way, or did they only agree to stop actively killing Palestinians? Will there be any repercussions for the war crimes Israel committed? Those are all great questions.
And he started his war.
Those are great questions. There are a lot of people who absolutely need to be in prison, who need to face consequences for the war crimes that they have committed, one of whom is the outgoing president. You know, it is. I watched the documentary No Other Land today, and that is a film that was made by a Palestinian filmmaker named Bassel Adra and then an Israeli journalist named Yuval Abraham. And it is a film, it is a documentary that shows the ongoing destruction of Bassel Adra's home, which is CEASEFIRE Yatta, is a village in the West Bank. People who live there have lived there for, hundreds of years. And it is one example of how the state of Israel has illegally been taking land, illegally and violently and with total impunity, been taking land from Palestinians in their own territories, which is why we say the Nakba never ended. The ethnic cleansing has never ended, because Israel's goal is annexation of the remaining Palestinian territories. Now, Gaza is largely destroyed. There's so much work that has to go into rebuilding Gaza, and it will take a very, 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 very long time. But with the West Bank, over the last 30 years, the amount of settlements, and if you've never seen any footage, like, there is plenty, okay? Whether it is, an Al Jazeera, an Al Jazeera documentary, whether it is, whether it's like a YouTube video, like, there is plenty of documenting to show what the settlements are and how the Israeli state is operating in Palestinian lands. Because remember, the West Bank is Palestinian territory that is illegally occupied. And so, of course, there is a major legitimate worry that as like a trade-off for stopping the genocide in Gaza, they're going to go even more full speed with their annexation in the West Bank. And so anyway, I was watching this, I watched No Other Land today, and it's just a reminder that with everything that's been happening in Gaza and how horrific it is, and obviously, a lot of the spotlight has been on Gaza because there's an ongoing genocide, that what's happening in the West Bank is something that, like, we have to be very, very, very aware of and be talking about. And it's why films and other reporting and documenting of these crimes that are being committed on Palestinian territories, it needs to be something that as many people as possible are aware of, because it does have the ability to at least temporarily stop demolition plans, right? At least temporarily stop settler violence in certain areas. So one part of the documentary is when Tony Blair goes to CEASEFIRE Yatta, and I think it was 20. Hold on, let me get the date. Tony Blair went in 2009, and because there was a tension that was brought on Masferyata, and it got to the point that Tony Blair actually visited the primary school that Bassel Adra, who's one of the documentarians, that's the school that he went to. The momentary attention on his village halted the demolition orders that Israel was planning on going through with. And that's the thing about these villages in the West Bank and areas that are getting demolished by Israeli bulldozers, where people are being, brutalized by settlers and by soldiers, is that it's kind of a stop and go type thing, where if the attention is put on this, if it's being reported on, then Israel will be like, ooh, okay, let's hold on a second, right? Oops, like let's go somewhere else right now, and we'll leave this place alone for the time being until the attention leaves that place, until people forget about it, and then we'll go back. And No Other Land shows how over years and years this has been the situation in Masferyata until post October 7th, with the genocide in Gaza, with so much of the the reporting being about Gaza, and how the violence and the settlements and the demolishing of villages and farmlands in the West Bank has increased. And it's because the soldiers and the settlers and the Israeli politicians who are in charge of these settlements, like Itamar Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, they know that it's like, okay, now is the time, like go, Israel encourages and provides weapons to people to settle on their land. Yes. Early on, after October 7th, Ben-Gvir was arming settlers. There were pictures and there was reporting showing Ben-Gvir handing out assault rifles to settlers and basically being like, go forth, take this land by any means necessary. Yeah, here you go. This was the 24th of October. So this is what they want. They want to take the rest of the territory. They have been occupying it since 1967. So they exercise control over the lands and the Palestinians who live there, but they ultimately want them gone, right? They want them out of there. They were never happy with the 78% of historic Palestine that they took back in 1948. The plan was always 100%. And slowly but surely, by building these settlements, by annexing these territories, by using the power of the state, because that is who is in control in these Palestinian territories, because they are the military occupier, they are seeing out their desires to take these remaining lands. Okay, so to the person who asked me that question, let's watch Drop Site News stream after the Gaza ceasefire agreement news dropped, and these guys have been really great. They're super legit. I have utilized a lot of their reporting over the last 15 months. And anyway, so here is their analysis of the Gaza ceasefire agreement.
Among the factors why this deal took so long when it is virtually identical to a deal that was on the table as of May this past summer. And the Biden administration allowed Benjamin Netanyahu to sabotage that deal. And instead of punishing him, the administration rewarded him with billions of dollars in weapons transfers and political support as Netanyahu expanded his wars throughout the region. We'll be discussing the intervention of President-elect Donald Trump. We'll be talking about the dynamic of the armed resistance in Gaza and the refusal to surrender despite repeated demands that they do so by the United States and Israel. And I'm very honored to be joined by two Palestinian guests. First, from Istanbul, we are joined by Dr. Sami Al-Aryan. He is the director of the Center for Islam and Global Affairs at Istanbul.
Okay, I've seen a couple people ask or make mention about visiting Gaza or the West Bank. What I will say is I do believe that if you are somebody who has actively been advocating for Palestinians and that you have been extremely critical of the state of Israel, they will get that intel. So, gotta be real. As far as visiting these areas to try and live stream, if that's the goal there, is certainly not without consideration of safety. You know, look at how they treat activists who go over there and try and stop settlement building, who try and protest, use their American influence to protest. They murder them. They murder anybody. They will murder anybody they want to. They will kill children. They kill old people. They kill Americans. They will run them over with bulldozers. They will shoot them in the head. They kill journalists, aid workers. So, it's not to say that I would not want to visit, go to the West Bank. Like I do feel like at some point I want to visit. I am not sure about the logistics of live streaming, but I think being able to visit the West Bank and one day to visit Gaza and, to just, it's one of those where it's not like I need to go over there because I need to see for myself, right? It's not I'm on a journey. It's not my Ta-Nehisi Coates moment. My, Daniel Day-Lewis moment. Hassan brought this up with Jeremy. Jeremy made the point that Western coverage of these atrocities is perceived as more legitimate, so it's also important. Yeah, I mean, no Other Land, which I was talking about a little bit ago, the filmmakers made that film for the U.S. They were like, we want people in America to see this. You want to know why? Because everybody knows that the United States holds all the cards. That if there is to be change, it must come from the U.S. It must come from our government. My husband is an American nurse who goes to Gaza for medical missions. They are absolutely the kindest souls and always hopeful. I so believe that. I do. That's the only thing people in Gaza want, that people can visit them. They're closed from the outside world. Yeah. So I guess what I would say is I would love to visit. I absolutely would love to visit. I don't think that I would be as much of a target as like Hassan, but I do think that it speaks to the I think it speaks to the reality of what it means to be an outspoken critic of Israel. You know, they might not they might not kill you, but they will maybe make it so that you can't visit these areas. You know, they might they might just try to make it as hard as possible. Ahem. But yeah, having Western coverage, having you know, Americans trying to appeal to other Americans and say, this is what has been going on. It is wrong. It must come to an end. And you need to know. You need to know this. And you have to join us in protesting our government, because that is who is the key to stopping this. Man, I was like, a part of the there were a lot of parts of No Other Land that just made me feel very emotional. But one part was that when so there was an instance where Israeli soldiers came to oversee the demolishment of one of the houses in the village, which just happens all the time. And they were trying to take the generator from this family. Like, they'll just take anything that they want. They'll just do anything that they want. And the son was like trying to hold on to the generator. And they're like, stop it. Like, stop taking our stuff. Stop destroying our houses. Where are we supposed to go? And they shot him. One of the soldiers shot this young man. And of course, he has no access to medical care. They destroyed his home. And so all they could do was retreat into a cave. And he was paralyzed pretty much from the waist down. And eventually he died. And there was like a little protest and a march in the village of people who live there, of people who, they knew this young man. And it was just this like heartbreaking thing to see these people who have endured like such brutality. And it is not fair. Like, it is so fucking wrong. It is so wrong what they have had to live under, and how they have for so long been the ones trying to advocate for themselves, right? Like, they had a sign, like in this little protest of theirs, and they had a sign that said Palestinians are humans, and they had these balloons. And then of course the soldiers showed up, and they threw they threw tear gas at them, and they shot their guns in the air, and they tried to arrest them. And so it's something where Palestinians have been ignored for so long. They've been invisible for so long. And it is sad that what gets attention are Westerners, are people who live in the United States of America and who are the ones protesting, who are the ones that are drawing attention, right? When you have CNN that runs a special on concentration camps where they're torturing Palestinians. When you have 60 Minutes that is featuring former State Department officials where they're like, oh yeah, there were no red lines. When you have American Jews and, American Palestinians, American non-Jews who have all gotten together and are participating in the biggest protests since the Vietnam War, like that is what gets attention and has the capacity for change. And it's sad because Palestinians, like, they have had to wait for the rest of the world to catch on. That's what it is, right? Is that they know that no amount of protest, that like when they protest, they're killed. They're arrested, they're beaten, they're tortured, their lives are ruined. And they have had to wait for the world to care. That's what you realize whenever you watch something, when you watch a documentary, when you watch anything where they're talking to Palestinians in Gaza or in the West Bank, and even as they, as they fight as hard as they can for their right to be on their lands, they also say that like we just need people to care, and we have patience. It is very hard. It is a very hard life, but we have to have patience because we know that we know this has been happening for a long time, and this is not something that will be fixed overnight. And another part of the documentary, sorry, I'm talking a lot about the documentary because I just saw it, but another part that stood out to me was Yuval, who's Israeli. This is after the protest where they were, first of all, honoring the young Palestinian man who had been shot and paralyzed and then later died because he didn't want to let go of his generator. And then they were also protesting, of course, the occupation and their homes and villages being destroyed. And Basel is almost arrested, and Yuval, and they're in the car, and Yuval is like, I need to write about this. Like you can tell that he has this very frantic, this has to happen. Like we need this right now. We need this right now. And Basel's very, there's a weariness to him. The weariness of somebody who has their entire life only known this violence, this, this life where he and his people don't have equal rights. And Yuval is like, the last piece that I wrote about how they shot Hunan, and a lot of people didn't read, like that didn't get much attention. Like he's frustrated, right? He's frustrated that piece didn't get much attention. He's like, and now I have to write about this where they came and violently broke up the march. And Basel's kind of like, you're very enthusiastic. And he's like, you're here for 10 days and then you're returning home and you want to end the occupation in 10 days. So like, I see that enthusiasm from you. He's like, but it's patience, right? This is not something that, gets fixed in the 10 days that you're here, even though I know that this is still new for you, right? Like you're seeing this with your own eyes and you care. And so you want other people to care and you want change to happen now. But let me tell you that you have to have patience or else you will give up, right? And I think just the difference between these two people, where I get it, right? Those of us who are not Palestinian, we are like Yuval, where this is not our day-to-day life, but once we find out about the oppression and domination that rules Palestinian life, like, we want to change that. It's a great injustice. But it is something that has been happening for a long time, and we have to maintain we have to keep the fight going, even if that fight takes a lot longer than we want it to. And Palestinians understand, this is sadly how power works in the world. And a lot of people are just now realizing what we have known our entire lives. And so you must have patience and, understand that this isn't something that's going to be fixed overnight. After October 7th, I kept trying to explain to people with respect to what happened on that day that Palestinians have been suffering for decades, and ask them, what lengths would you go to get the world to pay attention to your suffering? Yeah, I mean, once you are aware of the suffering, once you are no longer blind, once you no longer are swallowing the propaganda that's been fed to you for a long time, there is this rush to want to see justice for people who have been so brutalized. But I think, I think what Basel was saying is, he's like, this isn't going to happen in 10 days. It's not going to happen in a week, and you will become very discouraged. He's like, because it is very hard. It is very hard, but all we can do is keep going, and hopefully, more and more people care, and it continues to put the pressure on the U.S. government. And I think Palestinians have just even gotten so used to nobody in the world hearing them or seeing them, that as horrific as the last 15 months has been, it's also been a time of great change. It's also been the biggest moment in the history of all of this, that the most amount of people are paying attention, and awareness has never been greater. I should definitely watch that film. That description alone resonated with me so much. The rest of listeners don't want to enact change immediately. We forget to conserve our energy, become jaded and give in to defeat. Yeah, it's so great. I seriously, I watched that and I went, not only is the subject matter important, but the way that they tell the story and how it is filmed, and amazingly, it is quite succinct. It's an hour and 30 minutes, and I just hope it's a film that people can see widely. Right now, of course, U.S. distributors are refusing to pick up this film, but maybe that will change if it wins some serious awards, and it's like, you can't keep ignoring this film, right? Or at least it gets harder to. Okay, anyway, sorry for that little sidetrack there, but it's called No Other Land. It's called No Other Land, and then I'm seeing From Ground Zero tomorrow night, but I do believe very strongly in the power of filmmaking, but it is something where, like, you can't just watch something and care and then move on. Like, we have to sustain this energy. We have to sustain the advocacy, however, whatever that requires.
Zaim University.
Yeah, ask your local independent theaters to show it. Yes. If you have an independent theater, you know, push for them to do a screening. There are ways to try and organize special screening of independent films that have not received any wide distribution.
And we are also joined by Mohammed Shahada, who is a Palestinian journalist and analyst from Gaza. Thank you both so much for being here. Dr. Sami Al-Arian, let's begin with you. First, this is extremely emotional for many Palestinians who have managed to survive this genocide, but also lost so much. Your overall reaction to what now appears to be the first real break that Palestinians are going to get from this US-backed Israeli scorched earth war?
First, thank you for inviting me. It's certainly very emotional and sobering after 466 excruciating days for the Palestinians in Gaza. Now we see possibly the end of this onslaught, of this genocide. Netanyahu announced on the first day that he is going to pacify the resistance, that he is going to end the resistance, defeat, annihilate. And he started his war of extermination for all these days, save the last week of November. So 460 days of continuous bombing. He basically leveled Gaza. There is no civilian structures. There are no one has not been impacted or affected. All 2.3 million people in Gaza have been suffering, whether they suffered martyrdom, they were killed in the course of this war, or injured, or displaced, or lost loved ones, or been under starvation, as well as severe cold. All this suffering was taking place for a simple reason. The Palestinians believe in the justice of their cause. They're not about to submit or surrender to Netanyahu. And we heard him today said he is waiting for Hamas to agree to a deal. In other words, all these 460 plus days were in vain. He was not able to basically have any of his goals achieved or fulfilled. It was just another onslaught by the Zionist regime against the...
Yeah, important to remember that not a single military goal was achieved, right? This was not a success for Netanyahu. It was, another just massive slaughter of Palestinians, right? Like, as far as the amount of structures that were destroyed and, how much of the culture in Gaza was wiped out and how many people were killed. But as far as this, in the last 15 months, not a single military operation was successful. And we've known for a long time that they didn't give a shit about the hostages. Of course not. They were the ones, Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir's cabinet, they were the ones who were constantly the reason why hostages weren't getting released and how many of the hostages died at the hands of Israel, both directly and indirectly.
Palestinians, it is the victory of Palestinian resilience and determination. So it is an emotional time. It's an emotional moment. And they were hoping that the Palestinians in Gaza will have now some kind of an end to this suffering and that they will be able to rebuild their lives again.
Mohammed Shahada, I want to bring you into this discussion as well. You've been doing some of the best reporting of late on the process that has led up to this deal. And we should
How are you feeling with the ceasefire proving the vote chambers wrong? I mean, there are a lot of liberals who are working overtime right now. They are in overdrive, just trying to say all sorts of things. Still trying to defend Kamala and Biden, still not hiding their absolute immorality as it concerns Gaza. right? Like, these people don't care about the suffering, just like the president that they are sycophantic of.
It by saying that up until this moment, the Israelis have really tried to hedge whether or not there actually is a deal. And there's a degree to which Donald Trump's post on Truth Social seemed to box the Israelis in, where he jumped ahead of everyone else and posted, that we have a deal. But talk about the broad framework of what exactly has been agreed to. This is not a long document. And many of the most specific details are relegated to only describing that first stage of the three-stage deal. But Mohammed, just give us an overview of what exactly has been agreed to at this point.
Thanks so much, Jeremy, and thanks also for all your great reporting. Basically, to start, it's word for word the same deal that Biden proposed on May 31st primetime TV address, the May 27th formula as it's known. There's just about 6 non-substantial changes in an attached appendix.
So that right there is showing you that this was from Trump pressure, that this deal is the same deal from back in May, and how Biden refused to use the weight of the United States and force Israel to sign the deal, force them into committing to the ceasefire. So,
and that's about it. What is going to unfold is a 42 days long pause of hostilities and military operations by Israel and Hamas in the Gaza Strip, during which there will be a gradual Israeli withdrawal from the Netzarim corridor. So by day 7th, Israel is supposed to evacuate or including the Rashid Street that leads to northern Gaza, to allow people to go back on foot or in vehicles. Vehicles will be inspected by a private company to be agreed on. On day 22nd, Israel will complete its withdrawal from the Netzarim corridor that dissects Gaza in 2 halves. The other corridor that is monumental is the Philadelphia corridor, and there Israel says that it will begin the withdrawal only on day 40 up to day 50. But in the meantime, leading up to that day, the IDF will reduce its forces in that corridor that sort of separates Gaza from Egypt. The Rafah border crossing will be reopened according to the 2005 agreement, which means there will be a European Union.
And even today, the State Department's still claiming that they've been trying to get Hamas to agree to the deal when it was their proposal. Yeah, that has been the narrative every single time there's been ceasefire talks. They're like, we just need Hamas to come to the table. It's like Hamas brought this deal in the first place. This is what they had proposed. And then every time there would be new rounds, it'd be like, all right, Hamas has agreed to the ceasefire deal. Like, we can see this. Do you think we're stupid? Do you think that we look at you guys and we're like, oh, well, it's the State Department, so they know better, and we're just going to believe everything they say. We're going to take it all at face value. Like, no, we're not stupid. We're not. We know this. We can see. It's like, here's the reporting that Hamas has accepted the ceasefire deal. And then the reporting that Israel does not want to accept the ceasefire deal. And now you have like Matt Miller and Biden and other members of the State Department who are like, no, Hamas they won't agree to the ceasefire deal. They won't. We really need Hamas. Like, this is on Hamas.
Monitoring presence, and it will be run by Palestinians, not by Israel. But the IDF will be in the vicinity of the area. They will be around the border.
As an Arab American, I don't think liberals understand how many lifelong Republican voters the Dems just created by allowing Trump to take credit for this and leaving it so long. Dearborn will never be blue again in my lifetime. I mean, this is politically so smart for Trump and for the Republicans. What this will have... What this will have won them as far as goodwill, as far as like political points, that Trump will point to this and say, I said before my inauguration that I was going to get a ceasefire deal done. And I did it. And look at how fast I did it. And I brought the hostages home, right? And think about American Jews who have cared very deeply about the release of the hostages, who they also may now be looking at someone like Donald Trump and be like, he got it done. He got the hostages released. Right. Peaceful dove. That's what yeah, this is what they point to when they go, Donald Trump is a peaceful dove. Look at what he did. Joe Biden refused to. And Trump said, I'm going to get this done. This needs to get done before 1/20, before my inauguration. And look at how I deliver. Earlier, Jeremy was on Hassan's stream. He showed the signed agreement from all the Hamas representatives from Monday. But even yesterday, Blinken was saying Hamas was holding the deal up. Yes, because they're liars. They have been lying for a long time. And the difference is that a lot of us know that they are liars. And it is eroding trust in like so many of our institutions. The trust in them has been eroded. The mainstream media. It's not something that's just happened because of Israel and Palestine, but this has been a huge reason why a lot of people do not trust, or further distrust the mainstream media. The thing is, he's going to take credit for this very forward-facing thing and then turn around and give Israel the West Bank or something after the broader electorate assumes the conflict is resolved and conflict goes back to ignoring it. I understand. I believe that as well, which is why, we recognize that the ceasefire was only the first step. That as long as we've been calling for ceasefire, it has been in conjunction with an end to the military occupation and the Israeli apartheid regime. It's the only way to truly liberate Palestine. But a ceasefire was an immediate need because for the last 15 months, Israel has been genociding those in Gaza. They've been nonstop dropping bombs. So the immediate need was to secure a ceasefire so that the bombs would stop. But it is the first step.
But not inside it. There will be also an exchange of prisoners and captives. And one of the things that I need to emphasize here the most is that Israel is explicitly saying and admitting it is holding 1,000 Gazans as hostages. Not detainees, not captives, not prisoners, just as hostages, because it says in the agreement that Israel in the first phase will release 1,000 Gazans who were captured and detained since October 8th and did not, quote, take any part in the October 7th attack. So if they're holding on to those, they're just holding them as bargaining chips, and Israel is going to release them, 1,000 of them, in the first phase, just to give the impression of a large release of Palestinian prisoners.
Yeah, the other thing, too, is it's a reminder that there are so many Palestinians who have been detained by Israel. When it's like, oh, for every Israeli soldier, we will release 30 Palestinians. That is how many Palestinians they have detained. And remember, not just from Gaza, but from the West Bank and Jerusalem. And remember that they can detain them without charge. Why did my Chatterino just close out? What the hell? Okay. They can detain them without charge, and they have detained over 10,000 Palestinians, and they beat them sometimes they kill them, they torture them, they psychologically and physically damage them. And so when we've been talking about the hostages, you know, hostage is a term that's reserved for somebody who is Israeli. If an Israeli person is taken, that is a hostage. If a Palestinian person is taken, that is a prisoner. That's part of the difference in language that is applied depending on if you are Israeli or Palestinian. You know? So just like a reminder with this deal that so many Palestinians are being released for one Israeli. And it also is like almost a visualization of how life is quantified depending on if you are Israeli or Palestinian. Where they're like, you know, the Israeli officials are like, oh yeah, we'll release as many Palestinians because the life of this one Israeli soldier is worth so much more. Right? Yes, they measure the value of people differently. Yeah.
To get hostages in return. So that is one monumental thing. There's also an evacuation of wounded Palestinians, including people that Israel is likely to veto by claiming or alleging that they might be affiliated with Hamas or the PIJ or other entities in Gaza. There is an explicit commitment to evacuate them as well. There's also a suspension of Israeli surveillance operations, sort of drones and flights over Gaza in Gaza skies for 10 hours per day. And there will be full freedom of movement for Palestinians in Gaza within the Gaza Strip, minus a buffer zone that the IDF will maintain of up to 700 meters. On day 16 of the first phase, Hamas and Israel are supposed to engage in the second phase negotiations that will entail the release of Israeli soldiers that are currently in Hamas's captivity, and that will entail as well negotiating over the shape of what the day after in Gaza will look like.
Dr. Samuel Arian, I want to ask you on the perspective from the Palestinian resistance factions. Everyone always just says Hamas, but it's not just Hamas. There are numerous groups, including Palestinian Islamic Jihad, that have been a part of these negotiations. And in fact, senior officials from some of the other factions that have been a part of this resistance bloc went to Doha, and then they had a unified agreement on the approach that they would take as they neared a final deal. There is talk in the Israeli media that Netanyahu is sort of telling people that, listen, this is really just going to be a one-phase deal, and then we're going to be able to just resume the war again. That dynamic is out there. But before we get into how Netanyahu may play games or try to just continue on with the genocidal war after this first phase, I want to get your take on what is the perspective of the Palestinian resistance factions on this deal and what they get out of it.
In the early days, in the early weeks of the onslaught, of the Israeli onslaught on the Palestinians in Gaza, they tried to send signals to different groups, different factions, particularly the Islamic Jihad. And they basically says that we can have a deal with you, whatever hostages, whatever captives you have, we can get you a deal. And early on, all the factions, including the Islamic Jihad, rebuffed these attempts, and they told the Egyptians and others that we're only going to have one faction or one mediator, one negotiator, which is Hamas, and that we will coordinate with Hamas. And therefore, all the attempts by the Israelis to divide the resistance were in vain, were not accepted, and were defeated. So at every stage of these negotiations, Hamas would always consult with these different groups. They will reach a consensus on what to go, on what to do next, and then Hamas will carry on with the negotiations. Same thing happened this time around, and I think all the factions have signed on to these negotiations. As Muhammad says, there is actually no much difference. The substance, the structure of the deal that we have today is exactly the same we had 6, 7, 8 months ago. Biden announced in late May that he has a plan that was, he presented even as a Netanyahu, as an Israeli plan, which was vetoed it was torpedoed by the Israelis. And then they were renegotiated again. On July 2nd, it was announced that Hamas has accepted these terms. What they accepted in July is exactly what we have today.
Yes.
People have to ask themselves, so what has changed? What is the new thing that made Netanyahu and his fascist government to accept this deal, which they had rejected back in July? And the only new factor really here is the intervention by Trump.
That is
because
it.
Trump
Yes.
wanted to be inaugurated next week without having to deal with this mess. He knows that this is going to be a huge detraction for him, whether in his domestic agenda or whether in his international agenda. He has so many things he'd like to accomplish, and he doesn't want to deal with this situation. Particularly, there is actually no strategic purpose for it. He told Netanyahu in no uncertain terms, finish the job. That was when he was a candidate. And Netanyahu couldn't finish the job. Finishing the job, people interpreted that as being finish off Hamas, end this war. But I don't want to inherit this war. I don't want to deal with this war. And Netanyahu has promised his people from day one that he will end the resistance in Gaza, that he will defeat Hamas, that they will surrender, that they will release or they will have all the hostages back without having to pay any price, that he will be able to free them without any kind of exchange, that will be through military pressure. He's failed on all these accounts. So now we're days away from Trump, and Trump said, okay, I've given you the chance. You couldn't do it. Now you have to do it under pressure. And that's the only new factor in this formula, because it's exactly the same formula that Hamas has accepted months ago. Now you say, what is Netanyahu or what is Trump offering in this exchange? And I believe he's giving them some carrots. He's promising them possibly, because Netanyahu is trying to obviously get his right-wing extremist partners to sign on to this, and they haven't. Whether it is annexation of land territories in the West Bank, or whether it's something in Syria or Lebanon, or maybe a strike against Iran, or possibly, and this is probably what Trump has in mind, a deal with Saudi Arabia, a normalization deal with Saudi Arabia, in which Israel will be integrated. Whatever it is that Trump is thinking, he wants to get rid of this war that has not resulted in anything but an absolute disgrace, not only for...
Yeah, it is also like, this has not been good for the U.S. This has weakened our standing on an international stage when we are the country that repeatedly, at the UN security meetings is shooting down ceasefire resolutions, that like we're the sole veto, just how on a reputational standpoint, this is disastrous for us. It's been so disastrous. Even other, allies to Israel and to us have been more critical, and it has delegitimized us. And so there are a lot of reasons why it is a why it's good for Trump to be the guy who puts an end to this.
For Israel, but for a complicitous the United States, which has given Israel
all
it wants, politically, militarily, you name it, economically, and has in this situation lost the whole international order that it has built since World War II.
Mohammed, I want to ask you also about the Trump factor in all of this, but just to remind people that since the summer, none of these people needed to die. This deal could have been on the table, and we were told throughout the election campaign by the Democrats, by the surrogates for the Harris campaign, that they were working tirelessly, that they were working around the clock to achieve a ceasefire. And one of the dimensions here that I think becomes clear is that for whatever anyone thinks of Donald Trump, he utilized tools that are all about the power of the presidency when he hasn't even resumed office yet. And Joe Biden systematically refused to ever use any of the most powerful levers available to an American president to stop this, which leaves the conclusion out there that Biden.
Right, because that's the thing too about Trump is like when Trump can use the bully pulpit, Trump loves to use it. Trump loves to like big dick. He loves to be like, you know, to both allies and, you know, and America's enemies. Trump is somebody who loves to use the weight of his office. He loves to playing the Trump card, right? Loves to come across looking powerful.
Didn't stop it because he supported it. But I wanted to ask you, because you've been talking to negotiators, to Arab diplomats, to others in the region, what's your assessment of how significant Trump's interventions have been since he became the president-elect?
Monumental. So until recently, mediators would tell me that everything would change if Biden would only name and shame Netanyahu, call him out publicly for rejecting and refusing the ceasefire repeatedly since May last year. So basically, everything that was changed is just Trump jumping in and doing that, nothing more. All he needed to do was just apply a little bit of pressure on Netanyahu and say, get a deal done. Netanyahu got it done immediately. Whereas for Biden, as a senior Arab diplomat put it recently to me, she said, Biden is just ideological. Trump is transactional. He's a businessman. Biden, his heart is in it. He's fully devoted to supporting Israel. And he sees any pressure on Israel as, quote, tainting his legacy. He wants his legacy to be the most pro-Israeli president there is ever. So he chose that legacy over Kamala Harris's chance or opportunity to win. Now,
his heart just loves Israel so much that he wants everybody to never forget that Biden is just the number one Israel
with Trump, there is another
fanboy.
dimension, as Dr. Sami mentioned. There's a transactional dimension that we don't know about yet. We know, of course, that Trump's pressure on Netanyahu sealed the deal. That is something that is undoubted. In the very last minutes of the negotiations, Netanyahu tried to maneuver by insisting
to answer the question on
a
everyone's
couple
minds.
hundred meters
No,
of
Joe
the buffer
Biden does
zone,
not have a
so
doctorate in
now
foreign
it's 700
affairs.
meters.
He's
He
just
wanted it
that
to be
fucking
900
good.
instead. And then Steve Witkoff had to press him and get that
Hell
compromise
yeah,
out of him,
bruh.
and other issues as well, without which a deal would have never been sort of completed. But on the other hand, we are getting reports from Israeli media that are saying that Trump gave Netanyahu a gift bag in return, and that gift bag includes a promise to allow Israel to violate the ceasefire and provide them with cover for it. So in other words, to resume the war in Gaza as soon as the first phase is completed, never going into phase 2, just getting 33 hostages out and then back to war again. The gift bag also reportedly includes lifting all Israeli settlers, extremists, settler organizations.
Is Biden evangelist? No. Biden has been pro-Israel for a very, very long time. He said that like a big part of why he has always been pro-Israel is because of his dad. Biden is older. Yeah, Biden is Catholic and also older than Israel. But his father was super all about establishing Israel as a Jewish homeland post-World War II, post-Holocaust, said that there was no doubt that it was the moral thing to do, that it was the only just thing was to give Israel a homeland in what was historic Palestine. So from a young age, Biden, like a lot of other people who are ardent supporters of the state of Israel and believe that, that ultimately it was more important for Israel to be established than any other considerations. And yeah, so for a long time, he's been like the only thing that mattered was justice for Jewish people, even if that comes at the expense of another population of people who had nothing to do with the Holocaust. Also, his ancestry is Irish. His family members are rolling their grave.
shady
Yeah, his family members
tech
are like,
companies like NSO that is
oh,
responsible for the
you've shamed
Pegasus
us.
spyware, lifting all sanctions on
He's
those
married to the romantic
companies
idea
and
of America,
individuals.
democracy on a
And
hostile
number three,
frontier.
allowing
He's a brain of
Israel
mush, so he
a
applies
major
that.
chunk, a major land grab
Yeah.
or land theft in the West Bank. So that might be the case. It checks out. The other thing is that this morning, until the very last minute, we're getting reports from Netanyahu saying that he's stealing Bezalel Smotrich. No, don't worry. It's only going to be
Also, Zionists have still criticized Biden and been like he was not pro-Israel enough because he paused one shipment. One shipment when Israel invaded Rafah. And they were like, Biden is a
we will
traitor!
resume the war again. And in return, Smotrich
Timmy,
asking
thank you for the 22 months.
forcing
Low,
Gaza
Brian,
migration
7, Mira,
as one of
for
his
tier 1,
conditions
Eva D,
is
you
that
13
even
months.
if there is a ceasefire, even if the war ends, you need to maintain conditions in Gaza as hell on earth, make it as uninhabitable as possible, ban concrete and cement from going in like Israel did in 2014, prevent reconstruction, and then people will leave, will have no option but to leave or face death by starvation, cold, or disease. So that's pretty much it.
Dr. Al-Arian, we also have, as it appears that there's at least going to be a pause in Israel's massive attacks against the people of Gaza. Aid, we hope, is going to come in as soon as possible. You're going to start to have an exchange of captives. And of course, overwhelmingly, or at times exclusively, the discussion is about the Israelis who are being held in Gaza. But as Mohammed alluded to earlier, there are more than 10,000 Palestinians that are being held at this moment by the Israelis. Thousands of them are being held in what they call administrative detention, which means that they have limited or no access to a lawyer or any form of due process. You have hundreds of children and minors, many of whom have been put through a military court system. And so for Palestinians, the prospect of potentially a couple thousand of their people being freed is a major achievement on the one hand, but it also should remind the world that Israel routinely imprisons hundreds of children, Palestinian children, every year, and holds thousands of Palestinians where they don't even bother to put charges against them. Talk about the different levels of Palestinian prisoner that exist in this deal. You have women, you have children and minors, you have political prisoners, I mean, explicit political prisoners, people who have been imprisoned because of their political organizing, and you have people that have been imprisoned because of their activities as members of the armed resistance against Israel. Talk about the Palestinian prisoners, captives, hostages that we so seldom hear about.
That's correct. Before October 7th, there were about 5,700 Palestinians in Israeli prisons, 1,800 of which were under what is called administrative detention. These are people who are arrested and were arrested without any charges. They never had any pending charges against them, yet they were in prison, they were in custody, they were mistreated. Many of them, hundreds of them, were children, not only under 18, but sometimes even under 15. Many women who have never been charged with anything, separated from their families. This is part of a routine by the Israeli army in order to check the Palestinians, meaning in order to make the Palestinians fear them all the time. That's the only way they can keep the occupation going and not having millions of Palestinians in the West Bank revolt against this occupation. They want to rule them with as few Israeli soldiers as possible. So part of the tactics is to go and storm these houses. There are numerous reports by human rights groups, including Israeli human rights groups. They talk about this in great details. Now, this is routine for Israel. Many of the people who have gone also through trials, these were sham trials. People would be charged with certain crimes under torture, under confessions, signed in Hebrew, a language that most Palestinians do not understand or know. And then they will.
Early in his career, he had one slip up about Israel. After that, he has consistently been pro-Israel and the most Zionist person in the room. The man sees Zionism as an American project, and his fidelity to Zionism is in his mind fidelity to American interests, and he will be vindicated for continuing American empire. Yeah, I think that's I think that's a good assessment, and it is that it is the case that a lot of supporters of Israel do see Israel as an extension of the United States of America. And if you look at the early writings of the founders of modern Zionism, they talked often about their reverence for the United States and how they were looking to model, their settler colonialist project on how the U.S. did it. So there has certainly, from the very beginning, been deep parallels and connections between Israel and the U.S. Saw a video of a 15-year-old being dropped off by his dad at an Israeli prison to serve his 1-year sentence, and he was giving this kid a pep talk that he should help other prisoners, and they're in this together. Cried my eyes out. Yeah. You know, when your reality is violence, you have to find a way to exist within that daily violence. Joe will be remembered as Genocide Joe and the biggest believer in Zionism who has ever been president in Israel. They've already forgotten his name, except maybe to call him a traitor. That would be the major distinction between U.S. and Israel, not much else. Well, a lot of like real, like the craziest of the crazies, the Zionists, the right-wing Zionists in Israel, they wanted Donald Trump, because when Trump said during the campaign to finish the job, they took that as a sign of, we get to press the button that annihilates all Palestinians. And so there were a lot of people in Israel who were supporting Trump, who wanted Donald Trump to win. And so did, seemingly Netanyahu. And in his meetings with Trump before the election, it's another reason why we have to believe that Trump has made promises to him, that he's made reassurances. I have a strong feeling the U.S. is absolutely going to sabotage the ceasefire by continuing to arm Israel during the ceasefire here like they did with... Oh, I mean, there are definitely a lot of very legitimate concerns that I will not pretend are not legitimate concerns. And I just, I just want to implore people who have been tuned in but don't maybe fully understand the other things, right? Like, they don't understand the apartheid, the occupation. So they think ceasefire, great, problem solved. And it's not problem solved.
To a lot of years, sometimes even to life in prison for stuff that they will either have extracted under torture or under coercion. And they really have no recourse because Israeli justice does not exist when it comes to the Palestinians. Now, add to this, at the beginning of 2023, this whole Israeli system of justice or injustice was controlled in the prisons by Ben-Gvir, Itamar Ben-Gvir, the new Israeli right-wing minister, in which he started taking what he calls privileges from these Palestinians. These Palestinians, under this Israeli system, in the Israeli prisons, have gained through a struggle of decades certain things, such as the right to education, the right of pray together, the right of visitation, the right of cooking, certain things. He started taking them one by one because he said these people are criminals and they need to be treated as such and they need to be under extreme pressure. So part of the reason of what happened on October the 7th, 2023 was these cries coming from these prisoners, that it become even life in prison became unbelievable, because it became very much a life of torture for them. Now, after October 7th, Israel started without any restraints whatsoever. Whatever restraints they had before, and was very few, now they started actually arresting people left and right. Not only in Gaza by grabbing whatever they can come to the adults. Just few weeks ago, they had the head of the hospital, Kamal Adwan Hospital, a very respected doctor, the director of that, being arrested in plain sight Why? Because he was treating his patients, and he refused to leave when the orders came that he had to leave. He wanted to stay with the last patient that they couldn't move. Then he went to the actual tank telling Israelis about the situation. They just arrested him and put him in prison. Now he's being tortured. We have reports in one of the notorious prisons, the prison in which guards actually admitted they were raping Palestinians. We have many reports about rapes, about torture. This is routine in Israeli prisons. So that's the type of environment that the Palestinians have been living under, not just now, not just in the last year, but even much earlier, since the 1967 occupation, and even before then. You have this system that that is trying to torment the Palestinians so they will never resist, that they will give up this notion that they can resist Israeli occupation and Israeli control of their lives. Now,
Sammy, go ahead, finish your thought.
No, I just wanted to say that now we have thousands of people. So what this deal is going to do is to get many of these people out of this prison, out of this misery, whether it is after October 7th, thousands of people would be released, and they're not under trial. I mean, they're just in mass detentions, and some people say that they are in a very, very small, crowded rooms, as well as those who have been sentenced to life sentences and large and long sentences as well. They will also be part of this deal.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, and either of you can take this, but in addition to the categories of prisoner Palestinian.
No, I understand the caution, and also given the history of Israel violating ceasefires, it doesn't even matter if the U.S. tries to sabotage it. Israel is perfectly capable of sabotaging it themselves.
Prisoner that you're discussing, Dr. Al-Arian, you also have people that were leaders of the resistance that are in prison. Most commonly, we talk about Marwan Barghouti, who in some circles he's compared to being a kind of version of a Palestinian Nelson Mandela. And there are, he's always been at the top of the list that Hamas has submitted.
Thank you for the 9
they
months
want
wonder
him
gal.
out.
Thank you for the 17.
Israeli officials have been telling people no chance that they're going to release Barghouti. But Sammy or Mohammed, talk about some of the other high-profile prisoners that are serving very long sentences and who they are that the resistance is asking to be freed as part of this deal.
You want to take that one, Mohammed, or you want me?
And now you can go ahead.
Well, one of them, his name is Nail Barghouti. Nail Barghouti is the same name as also Marwan Barghouti. The Barghouti family is very well known as a family that has produced many people, freedom
Where can I see this interview?
Nail has been in prison now for probably half a century. He was released briefly, and then he was rearrested after his sentence was completed, and they don't want to give him up. They want to just keep torturing him, tormenting him. So he's very prominent in the Palestinian struggle. You also have Ahmed Saadat. Ahmed Saadat is also a leader of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, one of the main factions that have been in existence since the 1960s. And also he has been arrested and he's been tried in a sham trial and he's been sentenced to life. And you have other groups from all factions. You have the Islamic Jihad has many people who have been also sentenced to life and long sentences, as well as people from Hamas. One of the things that Israel has demonstrated to the resistance is that it does not release people because of agreements, of so-called peace agreements or settlements. Because in the 1993 Oslo, there was a stipulation that this is going to be a new phase by which Israel is going to release many of these prisoners that it has been detaining and it has been holding because they didn't want any kind of resistance. So now that we have a new phase, that we turn the phase that they're going to release them. But Israel insisted on keeping many of these prisoners, many of these captives, despite the agreement. Actually, Clinton, during his time, when it was the White River Agreement or other kind of agreements or other kind of negotiations before the 2000 Camp David, he was intervening and interjecting with Netanyahu and other Israeli governments to keep their word to release these Palestinians. So that sometimes they would release few here and few there, but never in mass numbers. until the Shalit deal came along in 2011, and Palestinians now saw that the only language that Israel understands is the language of force. Because with one captive, with one Israeli soldier, which is Shalit, Gilad Shalit, they were able to get over 1,000 Palestinians released, some of them in long sentences, including, by the way, somebody like Sinwar and others. So now the Palestinians
literally including Yahya Sinwar.
I think that's Fidel Castro and Malcolm X. I think those are pictures of them. I think it's also Fidel because of the cigar.
And
Yes.
and his brother Mohammed was one of the key people involved with that operation. And Mohammed Sinwar, a very important figure in the armed resistance right now, particularly in the south of Gaza.
That's correct. So the lesson learned by the Palestinians is that negotiations don't produce results. Your loved ones will stay in prison and die in prison. But if you dare to...
Yeah, I know I know that he's got the cigar too, but usually I feel like if it's a picture of Guevara, he's got like the hat on, you know? That's like the iconic. It's like the red background, the black and white with the hat. But
challenge the Israeli
beret
army and just get one of them out, then you'll be able to release thousands. And that's
Mohammed,
one of the reasons why we had October 7th, by the way.
You know, I want to ask about some of the technical aspects of this related to this notion that Israel clearly has an intent at any moment it can find a justification to start intensifying its attacks against Gaza. One of the things that was a source of dispute all the way up until the last moments was an issue of where Israeli forces are going to be positioned when they quote unquote withdraw. And there's an issue of a buffer zone that's going to be within Gaza. You've been going through all of these components of the deal carefully.
Mm-hmm.
Can you walk people through what does it actually mean that Israeli forces are going to draw back or are going to withdraw? And talk about this issue of the border zone. And there was a dispute about maps. The Hamas delegation was saying the Israelis don't want to provide us with actual detailed maps showing where their troops are going to be coming from and going to, so that, and my understanding is that the reason that this was so important to the Palestinian negotiators is because in the past, Israel has exploited any vagueness that exists within the framework of documents to try to justify their own violations of these agreements. I just threw a lot at you, but can you walk us through that general architecture of what does it mean for them to be withdrawing in these phases and the issue of the buffer zone?
Sure, absolutely. So what it means in the phases is that now Israel will begin negotiations with Hamas on day 16 of the first phase on what the second phase will look like. If they don't get to an agreement, phase one will continue to be extended indefinitely. That was Biden's proposal, which means that Netanyahu can simply create phase one as the new status quo in Gaza. That's the best case scenario, is basically Netanyahu trying to negotiate with Hamas and saying that I demand that every single Hamas member in Gaza packs their things and moves to Mars or the moon. And if you don't, we will continue to negotiate indefinitely and we'll never get to phase two, where you will have an increase of humanitarian aid going into Gaza, or phase three, where you have the reconstruction beginning. So basically, what phase one looks like is that the IDF will keep about 700 meters buffer zone all around the Gaza Strip in its entirety, which means it's an area, when it sounds like 700 meters, doesn't sound much, but when you say it's the circumference of the Gaza Strip in its entirety, then it's about 15 to 20% of Gaza's area. And it's the arable lands, it's the agricultural lands, it's the majority of these, as well as entire towns. You have Beit Hanun being swallowed by one of these buffer zones, a whole town being swallowed in an area the IDF wants to stay in. The other point of contention is that the IDF said in the appendix, the updated appendix that they just agreed on, is that Israel will stay in 5 points in that buffer zone with 400 meters extra. It did not specify which 5 points these are, where the precise location would be, which is why Hamas insisted on maps, because 5 points is very general and vague. It means that Israel can just say, this is the point today, tomorrow it's this other point, and then keep sweeping the Gaza Strip back and forth indefinitely. All the loopholes that we see now in the ceasefire deal with Lebanon, that Israel is exploiting as much as possible to continue to attack Hezbollah and to continue to level and wipe out entire Lebanese villages in the south. There are also a lot of loopholes that we've seen with the Oslo Accords that Israel exploited. For example, there was one where it said something about Israel withdrawing from lands instead of saying the lands, and that just those three letters that were missed out there, deliberately left out, Israel exploited it to violate the Oslo Accords into virtual obsolescence. So in that regard, up until now, my understanding is that the maps are still an issue of discussion. They are still waiting on the final maps to be presented to know where the IDF is going to be. There was also another point where Israel says that the IDF will be around the Rafah border crossing, but not inside it. They wanted a precise map to show what does around it mean, because that can mean that Israel cuts the main road leading people in and out of Gaza or humanitarian aid, and thus gets full control over it, prevents journalists from going in. One of the main things that Israel is extremely worried about is journalists and fact-finding missions going into Gaza and showing us the full extent of the genocide that's been being hidden largely from our view for the last 15 months.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that they have killed so many Palestinian journalists, why they have prevented journalists from entering Gaza with few exceptions, why they have tried to stop human rights organizations, because it is from what we have seen and what we know, it is horrific. But the understanding is that it's even worse because the full, the totality of it is unknown, and because of the institutions that have been destroyed in Gaza that were responsible for maintaining maintaining records and documenting all of the atrocities. And so, yeah, you can see why, like, Israel, which has already taken a massive, massive reputational hit, and they've never been weaker than they are now, would worry that letting, human rights orgs and outside journalists enter into Gaza is just gonna be even worse for them.
In that regard, if the IDF gets to cut the main roads, they can just continue to prevent it, and that's the insistence on the maps. There are other loopholes as well. It does not say that this is an agreement of a ceasefire. It says this is an agreement of sustainable calm or sustainable quiet that will lead to a permanent ceasefire between the two sides, which can be also another loophole that Israel exploits. So, as we've seen numerous times, Netanyahu will spare no effort to continue the war again. He's just saying it today, this morning. It was all over Israeli news as well. One of the things that Israelis found most devastating, it was all over Israeli media. They called it the condition that we're not informed about, is basically Israeli media was devastated that this first phase of the ceasefire will allow Gazans, 1 million displaced Gazans in the south, to return to the north again. They wanted that entire northern half of Gaza to be carved out and zoned for settlements, for Israeli settlements and buffer zones. So they were extremely disappointed. What it means for the IDF to be at the buffer zone, that's my last sentence, is basically at any minute they can just redeploy in the very heart of Gaza, and there's no stopping them. They can re-establish the Netzarim corridor or the Miflasim corridor between Jabalia and Gaza City, or the other corridors like Kisufim or Sofa between Deir al-Balah and Khan Yunis and Rafah, and cut Gaza into 5 separate isolated concentration camps again. That was the IDF plan right before the ceasefire, what was called the 5-finger policy. So that can be implemented at any minute. With IDF troops being inside Gaza as well, Israel can at any minute claim that, we spotted Hamas militants organizing sort of an operation or militant activity or trying to regroup. Therefore, we are conducting a precise raid on this neighborhood to thwart it. That can be the claim, while in effect it's just continuing the assault. So there is a lot of worry here.
Yeah, and you mentioned there Israel's concerns about non-Palestinian journalists going into Gaza Because if you have CNN and Sky News and BBC and others on the ground there that are actually then going to witness the aftermath of what the Israelis have done, this is not going to go well for Israel. They've tended to only want to bring in journalists that they control and subject to their censorship rules. And I feel like I must note that roughly 200 of our colleagues have been killed in Gaza. And I say colleagues, every Palestinian journalist and media worker is our colleague. And it has been utterly shameful that Western journalists have stood by silently while our colleagues have been not just killed as so-called collateral damage, but in several cases hunted down and murdered because they are journalists. And in some cases...
You know what? This is why I have so much respect for journalists like Jeremy and those at DropSite, because every single journalist should have been saying what he is saying here, that these are your colleagues who have been murdered for doing their jobs. And so many journalists, so many Western journalists who have not only stayed silent, but manufactured consent for the state that murdered their colleagues, that targeted them.
Their family members have also been explicitly targeted and killed. And I will say it every day. It is shameful that more Western journalists have not stood up for our colleagues. When an American journalist gets imprisoned in Moscow, you have famous journalists from CNN and elsewhere tweeting about it every single day. Well, they have treated our colleagues, our Palestinian colleagues in Gaza, as some kind of disgusting version of Israel's Squid Game against journalists, where they're putting them through this dystopic reality where any day they could just be killed for doing their jobs, and intentionally killed. Our colleague Abu Bakr Abed, brave journalist who reports for DropSite News, spoke at a press conference the other day when he talked about how the world has witnessed the bodies of Palestinian journalists being mangled and murdered in every possible way, and yet so many have stood by silently. So I stand in solidarity with our colleagues in Palestine, specifically in Gaza, who are enduring an unconscionable horror, the likes of which we've never seen in the journalistic profession. We only have a few moments left, but Dr. Sami Al-Arian, I think we must talk about the West Bank, because while Israel may pause, hopefully it ends, but may pause its war against the Palestinians of Gaza, it is intensifying right now in the West Bank. This is the second day in a row that Israel has conducted its own airstrikes inside of the West Bank. Last night, they struck in Jenin, and this comes on the tail of the Palestinian Authority security forces, which many Palestinians view as an extension of the Israeli occupation, engaging in their most significant military operation against not just the resistance in Jenin and elsewhere, but also, according to Mariam Barghouti, who reports for DropSite News from the West Bank and just did a great, powerful story from Jenin, that it is effectively collective punishment also against the broader population. There are concerns that Israel may try to formally annex the West Bank. It seems quite clear that the aggressive expansion of settlements is going to continue. Talk about what's happening right now in the West Bank, Sami, and what you think the relationship to a potential Gaza deal now going through into effect in just days. You're muted there, Dr. Al-Arian. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Part of the argument Netanyahu is using with his fascist extremist partners is that he's promising them that they will cash in on the West Bank. Early on in this cabinet, in this right-wing cabinet that Netanyahu formed in late 2022, early 2023, was a plan, because he gave Smotrich basically free hand to build settlements, to increase the settlers inside the West Bank. The West Bank under Oslo has been divided into 3 zones, what they call Zone A, B, and C. A is where the Palestinian Authority, which is simply a collaborator, it is the first line of defense for the occupation and the settlers. It controls basically the major Palestinian population centers, about 18% of the land and about over 80% of the population. Zone B, even though it has both administrative and security control, Israel can enter at any moment and actually invade, kill, arrest, whatever it wants, and leaves. And when that happens, they just disappear. They melt, the Palestinian Authority forces. Then you have Zone B, in which administratively they're under the Palestinian Authority. It's about 22% of the land mass of the West Bank. The West Bank is about 5,500 square kilometers. And then security-wise, it's under Israel. And then you have Zone C, which has less than 8% of the Palestinian population. And basically, it's controlled administratively and security-wise, not only by Israel, but today under actually the control of Smotrich, one of the most hardcore Zionists and extremist politicians.
Who is a settler. He is a settler himself.
In the Zionist regime. He has promised early on that he is going to annex as much of this land as possible and to populate it and to sit with as many settlers as possible. He said today we're around 750 or a little more. Within a few years, we're going to get to 1 million, and then we're going to go to our next million. Then he proposed to the Palestinians, said, you Palestinians have one of three options. Option one is that you have to submit to the...
Smotrich was born in Haspan, a religious Israeli settlement in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. He grew up in the Beit El settlement deemed illegal under international law in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. His last name is derived from the Ukrainian town of Smotrich, where he says his ancestors lived. So the guy who is in charge of annexing the West Bank is himself somebody who was born and grew up in these illegally occupied territories.
State of Israel, that you're not going to be a citizen, that you're basically a person there subject to the Jewish state, and you have no civil or political rights. And I understand that you don't like that. Then the alternative is you get compensated and leave. And if you don't accept these two options, the third option is you get killed. And basically, Ben-Gvir added to this, he started arming settlers. So within last year and the year before, over 150,000 settlers were armed to the teeth. This is just a free program in which they will give these settlers arms and starting harassing and intimidating and provoking and killing and burning Palestinian crops and Palestinian homes and killing Palestinians so that they can force them to leave the West Bank. So the next battle after Gaza, this is what's going to determine actually the future of the Palestinian cause, is what's going to take place in the West Bank. Because they are intent, these people, these extremists, they think they have a chance in order to end the Palestinian cause once and for all. And to do that, they need to displace the Palestinians further, to annex the land.
It's like, you know those memes, the Scooby-Doo memes, where they will unmask the bad guy, and it's like, it's the bad guy being, a member of the Proud Boys or some other right-wing extremist group in this country, and it's a cop, right? Because of how much crossover there is between the police and military and right-wing extremist groups in this country. Well, it's exactly the same in the West Bank, where the soldiers and, right-wing religious zealots like Smotrich and violent settlers are all in cahoots together because they have the blessing of the state of Israel. When you have the military forces on your side, and when you have the minister of finance and other ministers on your side, you act with impunity. And so these thugs, like they are truly thugs. When you see footage of these settlers going into these villages to beat and murder the villagers, they are thugs. They are gangs. And you will see, the soldiers standing by as Palestinian villagers are like, asking them to stop it. Or sometimes the soldiers themselves will participate or be the ones who are leading the charge. Yes, and the Israeli police defend them. Right. So all of the power is on the side of the settlers. Have you read the ProPublica piece of the guy who infiltrated the Proud Boys, 3%ers and Oath Keepers for like 4 years, ended up becoming the top Oath Keepers guy in Utah, exposed a bunch of cops, doctors, lawyers, etc., who are part of these organizations? I haven't read that piece, but it sounds fascinating. So what he's talking about right now, the West Bank and the seriousness of the situation over there, where even just since October 7th, how many of these farmlands have been razed to the ground, how much violence there has been in the West Bank. The uptick in settlers being the biggest growth in percentage ever, and how, one thing to keep in mind with these settlers is a percentage of them are American. So that is also just the insult of it all, right? Adding insult to injury is people who are American. They weren't even born in Israel. They're not even Israeli. They are American, who come over and brutally force a Palestinian family off of their land. I mean, everybody remembers that video that went pretty viral shortly after October 7th of the one like New York dude who was, if I don't steal your house, somebody else will steal it. Where this Palestinian woman is like, you cannot steal my house. You're stealing my house. You cannot do that. And he goes, if I don't steal your house, then somebody else will steal it. Because that's the attitude, right? Yeah, Jacob from Brooklyn getting on a plane, going to the West Bank, and kicking out some Palestinian family who's maybe been there since 1800, and being like, yeah, that's my right, though. That is my right, because I have been told that that is my right. And in the documentary No Other Land, what is repeatedly said by both settlers and soldiers and police officers is, it's the law. When Palestinians say to them, like, why are you doing, you can't do this. You can't do this. You're destroying our home. You're beating us. You're taking our things. And they're like, it's the law. Take it up with the law. That's what one guy kept saying. He's like, take it up with the law. Take it up with the law. It's the law. We're allowed to. Well, here's the thing, okay? It's the law insofar that in Israel, in Israel, they have many laws that make it so settlers can brutalize Palestinians on their lands, but it is against the law internationally. Okay, the very fact that Israel has, continued to occupy these territories and move their people onto the lands, that is illegal. That is a violation of international law. But I also love this idea that the law equals morality, that the law equals justice. We know that the law doesn't equal justice. We know that laws are designed by people in power to maintain that power. Right? To legally be allowed to oppress and dominate. Yeah, the law is not equal to justice.
And that's why Smotrich, when he was celebrating Trump's triumph after he won the presidency,
laws were created to protect the rights of few. Oh, Latte, thank you for the 27 months. Thank you for talking about Another Land. I just got back from a screening. It was so well done, but so heartbreaking. It is. It's a very, I'm not just praising this documentary because of the subject material, because of the, because of how important it is to this moment, but also because it is very well made. It is a very well made documentary, and it's imperative.
Basically, he was saying now it's our time to take over and annex the West Bank, or at least
the law sent millions of people to camps in the Holocaust. Right. Like, how often has the law been used to enact violence upon a population of people?
60%, which is Area C. They think by doing that,
seen the
they
Brennan
can
Lee
end
Mulligan
the
clip about
Palestinian
laws?
cause. Then it's on to Jerusalem and Al-Aqsa to build the third temple. And of course, after that comes the integration of Israel in the regional order by having this normalization deal with Saudi Arabia. And then there will never be a Palestinian state. There will never be any kind of Palestinian homeland. The Palestinians will either be displaced or they will have to be subject of Israel. One of the early goals of Israel in Gaza was to try to displace as many Palestinians from Gaza as possible. That failed miserably, despite
one has a
all
moral
the
responsibility to
enormous
disobey unjust
bombing
laws.
that took place. Over 15 Hiroshimas were sent.
Here, I'll play the...
Here's the thing. I don't know what you kids are up to, but I do know one thing. Laws are threats made by the dominant socioeconomic ethnic group in a given nation. It's just a promise of violence that's enacted, and police are basically an occupying army. You know what I mean? You guys want to make some bacon? He pulls a mask over his face, pulls a lit Molotov cocktail out of his mailbag, and whew,
That was on fire the whole time?
the whole time, kiddo!
You're so brave!
He goes, boom, hits the lock, opens the jail cell. You see the fucking halflings with like black ski masks rappel in, just start opening fires, smashing.
Oh yeah, my mom works here. A lot of these people are good people.
Let's make some fucking bacon!
Let's go!
Yeah, that's a pretty legendary quote. Laws are threats made by the dominant socioeconomic ethnic group in a given nation. It's just the promise of violence that is enacted, and the police are basically an occupying army.
On Gaza, were reigned in Gaza for 460 plus days, and despite that,
For context, this was a fantasy high school campaign. The halfling mailman and his family were secret anarchists.
Palestinians never left, and they were never went any place. Even though 2 million of them have lost their homes.
Good
we only
context
have
to know.
a minute or so left, Mohammed. But I wanted to
Lenarno,
ask you.
thank you for the 5
We now
months.
know that there are reports that the Israeli military has been given orders to operate with maximum force in Gaza around the clock until this ceasefire agreement takes effect. What should people, Mohammed, be looking for in the coming days, and in the initial phase of this that would be a make or break moment?
Well, as you said, Israel is now going to escalate and accelerate the killing and destruction of Gaza to the maximum possible. That's why Netanyahu wants to enforce the deal only on the eve of Trump's inauguration on Sunday night until the last minute. Those days whenever there was news of ceasefire negotiations holding a breakthrough, people in Gaza would immediately call it. Call it the revenge days. That the IDF goes on a revenge campaign, maximizing the killing and destruction as much as possible. And one of the things we would be looking out for is actually Israeli airstrikes on Gaza potentially killing some of the hostages, which would have a huge potential in undermining a deal. There are certain high-profile hostages that if they come out in body bags, it might influence Israeli public opinion or create a shock there to allow for the resumption of the war again. So these indiscriminate airstrikes are a huge risk to the lives of Israeli hostages and to the ceasefire deal in its totality. The other thing, as you mentioned, Israel bombed people that are celebrating on the street that there was a ceasefire announcement. They just killed 20 people since the ceasefire announcement was made. I'm literally going through the contact list of loved ones in Gaza and friends and family to celebrate this moment with. And it's hitting me slowly when I go name by name and realize that most of my loved ones in Gaza are either killed, missing, or unreachable. I haven't managed to get a hold of anyone there. And every minute that passes is a danger to those that are left.
Yeah, and it's such a powerful reminder listening to you, Mohammed, that every time we talk to any Palestinians in our lives, they've all they've all lost people. They've all lost family members. I know, because I know the Al-Arian family personally, I know that Dr. Sami Al-Arian's wife has lost over 200 members of her
200 members.
family in Gaza. And it's something that I think all journalists should keep in mind, that when you're interviewing Palestinians about what's happening in Gaza, this is not just some abstract academic conversation, that you all have the temerity, the bravery, the integrity to actually be able to analyze what is ultimately an attempt to wipe your entire people off the map. And I think people should be sensitive to that when they speak to Palestinians. We're deeply grateful for the work and the analysis.
No, I think instead you need to keep up the good work of asking Palestinians if they condemn Hamas.
Of both of you, Dr. Sami Al-Arian,
They
thank you
must
so much
answer that question
for being
before
with us
anything
and for
else.
all of your work. And Mohammed Shahada, thank you for such great work that
Man, oh, sorry, you've lost 200 people in your family. Yeah, but do you condom hummus? Oof, 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 oof. All right, well. Well, that was good analysis on Drop Site News. Thank you again to journalists like Jeremy and all those at Drop Site News, and journalists in Palestine, and all those who have had the who have had the courage to report the truth, and especially Palestinian journalists who have died doing so. Many have died doing so, and they are a huge reason why we even know what we know. Palestinians should make a recording just naming all 200 of their family members they lost. 200 is a number for a lot of... Yeah, I mean, people have done that before at various protests where they would put all the names of, you know, I mean, this is before the numbers just ballooned to a point that you simply could not print all the names out, and a lot of the names weren't known, but they would print the names out at early protests. There were there was the one document that was going around that listed all children under the age of 14, and how many pages were children who were listed age 0 because they are under the age of 1. I remember when that document went around and just seeing how many names were on that list of literal babies. Yeah. I remember the theatrics of John Fetterman when he put up the names of all the hostages. And you know, that's the other thing too, is like, throughout this all, we have had so much coverage of the hostages. We know who every hostage is. There have been full-on programs dedicated to the hostages in Gaza. And it's just, there's just so many reminders how Palestinians have never been seen as human beings, have just been so deeply dehumanized in life and in death. And you know, how many people who maybe are only marginally paying attention have certainly seen a report on a hostage, one who has died or one who was released or one who is still being held, and know nothing of the countless others on the Palestinian side who have died. I remember seeing Zionists say it was fake when people would have multiple family members with the same names, as if it's insane that a family has multiple people named Muhammad with the same last name. Yeah, a lot of wanting to believe that many people have not died, and so coming up with any reason to say that this is fake, right? Oh, well, there's no way you can even have that many people in your family. It's like, okay, culturally, Palestinians have big families, and that's actually a way that they have resisted, you know? Palestinian life is a resistance to the occupation, and to the, you know, systematic oppression that they experience. Just simply like living and continuing to have children Entire bloodlines have been wiped out in the last 15 months, and yet babies have been born as well. Babies will continue to be born, and, you know, as long as they exist, Palestinians are resisting. I don't even believe them that they don't believe it. Gaza health ministry reports have been proven accurate year after year. I think some of them are in such denial, you know. I think that they have, in order to continue supporting the genocidal state, in order to be on the side that has, that is the oppressor, that is the genocider, then you got to do some some mental revising, right? You do things so that you can sleep at night, so you can try and justify supporting a genocide. So that begins with saying it's not a genocide, being like, nope, it's not a genocide. And any institution, any governing body, any organization that declares it as such is on the side of terrorism, is Hamas. Like, the list that is Hamas has gotten to a point that it's everybody. It's everybody who does not unequivocally support Israel. You are Hamas. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The mental gymnastics of Israelism is such a crazy phenomenon. Yeah, and I think if you've seen the documentary Israelism, which is like exactly about what we're talking of, there are moments when Zionists are confronted by anti-Zionist Jews and anti-Zionist, Israelis specifically, and they don't have answers. They don't. And you can see this discomfort and this awkwardness, but they still try and, they have to, they gotta get through it. They gotta get through it, because the alternative is that then they realize that everything that they've been told is distorted, and that they have been indoctrinated into a cult of hatred and of violence. They don't want to realize that they have been brainwashed into believing that Israel must succeed no matter the cost. And a lot of them were not told what that cost was. Like, seriously, when you realize how many, when you realize how Israelis and also a lot of American Jews were raised being presented a very, very specific story, and that was it. They never mentioned Palestine. Like, it, sometimes it would be, oh, well, Palestinians, they hate Jews. They hate us. They are terrorists. But most of the time, it's not talking about Palestine or Palestinian history at all. It's not mentioning the people who are on the other side of the wall. It is literally giving zone of interest, right? It is how you cope. It's how you maintain a normal existence, life, while there is immense suffering happening a stone's throw away from you, literally on the other side of the wall. And as long as people don't know about it, or as long as they have been taught not to ask questions, right? Don't have any curiosity about who are those other people on the other side of the wall. Why are there checkpoints? Why are they subjected to a different laws on their lands? If you accept that the state of Israel is now Israeli lands, right? And the Palestinian territories are Palestinian lands. Why is it that the Palestinians on those lands don't have the same rights as Israelis who are there? You know, it's support for Israel relies on keeping the masses at best, at worst, ignorant. I guess I would say at worst, and at best, like full-throated nationalists who believe that Palestinians are subhuman. You know, it's like either you're just like someone who goes, I don't really know. Oh, I don't know. I don't know any of that. Or you are ready to like pick up a gun and murder as many Palestinians as possible. If you care, you are Hamas. If you ask questions, you're Hamas. If you criticize the genocide, you're Hamas. Yeah, and we've seen that happen so many times. It happens to you if you are Jewish, right? You are called a Hamas lover. You are called a self-hating Jew. You are anti-Semitic against your own people. You have turned your back on your history, on your identity. You know, if you're not Jewish, all of that minus the self-hating Jew. If you're Palestinian, you're just, subhuman. Zionists calling anti-Zionist Jews fake Jews. Yeah, what's especially crazy is when you have non-Jewish people like, what's her fucking name, who I never mention because I think she is not worth the time of day, but Brianna Wu. Okay, Brianna Wu is somebody who picked up the Zionism mantle and learned for like the first time about all of this on October 7th and has just like, she is so fucking horrible. I don't even want to waste time talking about her. But a perfect example is how so many times I will see Jewish people say, you do not speak for us. Like here she is screaming at Jewish people saying they're anti-Semitic. And then they'll be like, hi, I'm actually Jewish. You do not speak for Jews. How dare you call me anti-Semitic? Because I am not, I don't have my Israel shoved so far up my ass like you do. And that's like the what's crazy about it all is to see people like her who will be screaming at Jewish people that they are anti-Semitic or that she's like the spokesperson for all Jewish people, and they're like, hey, you don't speak for all of us. Same with I mean, she is trans, but she also does not speak for trans people as well. Brianna Wu speaks for no one but Brianna Wu. She speaks for no one but herself. Anyway, that is all I will say on her, because frankly, it's one of those things where you don't want to give more oxygen to somebody who is such a self-victim who takes all of that, and it just like gives them more power, like it sustains them. Yeah.
Face one of the
Okay, I know I've played this before, but for those who don't know, I'm just going to play the No Other Land trailer while I go get some water. A goal of mine is I really, really want to connect with these filmmakers. So fingers crossed, because I think being able to have a conversation with them would be would be awesome. Like I would really, really love to do that.
1,000 Palestinians face one of the single biggest expulsion decisions since the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territories began.
هاي قصة عن القوة.
أنا اسمي باسم.
مسافر يطا هي المكان اللي كبرت فيه. بداية تصويري هي بداية نهايتنا.
جرافات؟ أنا متسلم ادخل!
شوف ايش
الولد
48 لا يهودي
عندكم اياه
في صوت بيطلع يعني مش ناس قاعدين يعني فيش بني ادمين.
شوف دخلوا.
This is what's happening in my village now. Soldiers are everywhere.
سلم يا باشا.
يكون كثير حلو إذا بصير استقرار. بعدين انتوا بتيجوا تزوروني مش انا بزوركم ولا لا؟
ولا شو بتفكر؟ لو انت مكاني شو بتفكر؟
Filmmaking is an act of nonviolent resistance, and remember that people will always try and stop the truth from getting out, and having a camera and documenting is one way that you show the truth, that you reveal the truth. And there is no need to make any aggrandized political statement when you simply just have a camera and let what the camera is capturing speak for itself. So that is why filmmaking is an important tool in activism. A lot of activists are also filmmakers. You know, a lot of documentarians are people who have dedicated their lives to progress and to social justice. All right. Sorry, this is blinding. So we can just quickly go over this, but the BAFTA Film Award nominations were revealed. And No Other Land. Very exciting. Very exciting that it got a nomination. Love to see that. Let's look at the rest of them. I am sorry to report that Emilia Perez scored 11 nominations. It was the second most nominated film. So just know that this film is going to get a lot of Oscar nominations, and it will definitely be winning multiple. But Conclave, because this is the BAFTAs, and the BAFTAs are the British Academy Awards, and usually they give most of their love to British filmmakers or, British collaborations, UK filmmakers or UK collaborations. And so Conclave earned 12 nominations, and then Emilia Perez came second. The Brutalist scored 9. Let me just look through this and see if anything pops out. So things are kind of funky right now, where in award season, there have been delays. They have moved from having having more formal presentations to just doing, a little video. They're anti-Italian, which is why Luca isn't here. Yeah, they hate Italians. So anyway, the BAFTAs came out. The WGA nominations came out last week. DGA and SAG came out. And overall, I would say Emilia Perez, Zoe Saldana, specifically from Emilia Perez, and Wicked, Cynthia Erivo, and Ariana Grande, they seem to be in a very good position for the Oscars, as well as A Complete Unknown. I think this film is picking up speed. The Brutalist has had some momentum, but also is not necessarily a clear front runner in my opinion. Anora got screwed at the Golden Globes, but picked up some nominations from BAFTAs, from WGA, and from SAG, and I think Sean Baker was nominated for DGA. All right, so let me just go through these. Best film, we have Anora, The Brutalist, A Complete Unknown, Conclave, and Emilia Perez. I will say that it sucks to see Nickel Boys getting snubbed all over the place. Sing Sing, which I haven't seen, but that also is a film that's just been getting ignored. I didn't expect that the BAFTAs would give love to The Substance in the way that the Golden Globes did, but still, Dune Part 2 has really... I'm sorry to my Dune fans, but I think Dune Part 2 is pretty dead in the water. They might manage to get like a nomination, an Oscars nomination for score, maybe cinematography. But I'm sorry to say that I think they're suffering from having been released too early, and also maybe being sci-fi. They're struggling. They are struggling. People really moved on from Dune. You know what it also could be? It could also be awards shows and voters waiting for Dune Messiah. They're like, okay, we want to give love to this film, but we're gonna wait until the third installment. So who knows? Maybe Dune Messiah ends up getting awards love. Are the WGA awards even helpful this year because so many top contenders weren't eligible? Yeah, I think the WGA awards will still indicate like films that are in good standing, and that's because WGA voters are, also in the Academy. Okay, outstanding British film: Bird, Blitz, Conclave, Gladiator 2. Forgot Gladiator 2 is a British film. Hard Truths, Kneecap, Lee, Love Lies Bleeding, The Outrun, Wallace and Gromit, Vengeance Must Foul. Okay. Films not in English language: All We Imagine Is Light, Emilia Perez, I'm Still Here, Kneecap, The Seed of the Sacred Fig. I'm Still Here, which had surprise wins at the Golden Globes. I think this is like pretty much it at the BAFTAs. Films not in English language. Documentary: Black Box Diaries, Daughters, No Other Land, Superman, The Christopher Reeve Story, Will and Harper. Animated film: Flow, Inside Out 2, Wallace and Gromit, and The Wild Robot. Okay. Director, Honora, Sean Baker, Brutalist, Brady Corbet, Conclave, Edward Berger, Dune Part 2, Denis Villeneuve. Oh, shit. Okay, wait a second. Denis Villeneuve, who got snubbed by the DGA, actually got a BAFTAs. I don't think he's going to get an Oscars nom because he was snubbed by the DGA. And so I don't think we're so back. Amelia Perez, Jacques Audiard, and The Substances, Coralie Farge. I would say the lock-ins for director right now. The lock-ins are Conclave, Edward Berger. I would say Sean Baker, Honora, Jacques Audiard, Amelia Perez, Brady Corbet, The Brutalist, and probably James Mangold, A Complete Unknown. Okay, original screenplay, Honora, The Brutalist, Kneecap, A Real Pain, The Substance. Let me check the WGA screenplay nominees. So WGA nominated Honora, Challengers, Civil War, Real Pain, and My Old Ass, but that's because not all scripts were eligible. The WGA's kind of got weird rules when it comes to eligibility. And so sometimes the biggest films that are being considered as major contenders at the Oscars aren't a part of the WGA nominations because they're not eligible. If they're not union, they won't be nominated. So if it's not a WGA writer, if they didn't have, an agreement that is not it might not necessarily be the WGA basic agreement, but it's something that's at least comparable that the WGA has agreed to, then it won't be eligible for the awards. This helped me visualize what the locks for the acting categories are right now. Yeah, I was like really diving in and then the fires happened, and so I am kind of scattered again and like just starting to take a look at stuff. Like the BAFTAs came out today. I was like, oh shit. Okay, let me see what's going on here. All right, leading actress at the BAFTAs: Cynthia Erivo, Wicked; Carla Sofia Gascon, Amelia Perez; Marianne Jean-Baptiste. Really nice to see a nomination for her. Mikey Madison and Nora, Demi Moore, The Substance; Saoirse Ronan, The Outrun. The BAFTAs love Saoirse Ronan. Even though she's not really getting nominated anywhere else, they do be loving her. Okay, so let's look at actors. Critics' Choice, SAG, BAFTA, Golden Globe. Yeah. I would say these four feel like a lock right now. Demi, Mikey, Carla, and Cynthia. That's the quartet. And then the fifth spot, I think the fifth spot is going to be a battle between Angelina, Pamela, Nicole, hopefully Fernanda. Those are the ones that I think are probably most in the position to take that fifth slot. Okay, and then lead actor, the quartet that seems to be a lock is Adrian Brody for The Brutalist, Timothy Chalamet, A Complete Unknown, Ralph Fiennes, Conclave, and Coleman Domingo for Sing Sing. And then the fifth slot I think will be Daniel Craig for Queer, Sebastian Stan for A Different Man. Those are those are the two that right now I think are most likely to get that fifth spot. Jamie Lee getting so many noms is crazy, especially because she got that fucking Legacy Oscar last year. It's like, okay, we gave that lady that Oscar, all right? Okay, supporting actress, the only two that seem to be locked are Zoe and Ariana. This is the category that feels the most open, where the other three slots could be Margaret Qualley, Monica from The Substance, Monica Barbaro from A Complete Unknown, Jamie Lee Curtis, The Last Showgirl. Who else would I put there? Isabella Rossellini, Conclave. I don't know if they'll snub Danny D again. Piano Lesson has been like pretty ignored. Maybe Margaret Qualley, The Substance. But Zoe and Ariana are like the two that seem the two that seem like a guarantee. And then supporting actor Kieran Culkin, who I think is in a position to win it. I would say Kieran, and then the other lock I would put as Edward Norton. I think people are really loving Edward Norton in A Complete Unknown, and I think he's great. And then competing for the other spots, Yura Borisov from Anora, Guy Pearce from The Brutalist, Jeremy Strong, The Apprentice, maybe. I'd like to, Clarence Macklin finally got a BAFTAs nomination, but has kind of been ignored elsewhere. Be cool to see him. Denzel was ignored by the BAFTAs, but has been given love by other award shows. I just really hate Gladiator 2. Bro, sometimes it's hard. Sometimes it's hard to root for somebody when the film that they're in was bad. You know? That's how I feel about Amelia Perez. Where I'm like, do I think Zoe and Carla did a good job? Yeah. Do I really think that movie is bad? Yeah. So, oofda. If I were to pick my 5 for supporting actor, I would pick Edward, Yura, Kieran. I think Jeremy's really good. I haven't seen Clarence Macklin in Sing Sing, but I heard he's really great. Maybe I would switch Guy Pearce and Edward Norton. I don't know. Well, the other thing is Kieran Culkin it is not supporting in the same way that Zoe is not supporting, but it's fine. It's whatever. It is how it is. Yeah, but Challengers was just totally fucked over by the BAFTAs. The BAFTAs hate fun. The BAFTAs hate fun. Make no mistake. Popular. You're gonna be popular. Jamie Lee Curtis taking out Margaret Qualley at the BAFTAs. You know, Jamie Lee she's very beloved. She really has that legacy. She's got that legacy pull. It's very it is very possible that she might get nominated again this year, especially if Pamela is nominated. And it could also be that she is why Pamela gets nominated. That spreadsheet is so mean. Why is it calling people a complete unknown? That's such a dad joke. So anyway, okay. That's the BAFTAs. Let me look at the schedule again. Awards season schedule. I'm torn because I want Pam to get the nom, but at what cost? At what cost? Well, that's the thing, you know. Okay, wait, I want the updated schedule. All right. So the Academy Award nominations were postponed to January 23rd. Oh, I am going to be in Japan. But make no mistake. Wait, what time is it in Japan? What time is it? Okay, it's 2:28 in Japan. I need to figure out like when, if I do any desktop streams, what that time change is. The Oscar nominations are usually announced really fucking early in the morning. Like 5:30 in the morning. Last year I stayed up. Sorry if this is random, but is your long sleeve shirt from We're the Peace? Yes, it is. Okay, so last year did I stay? I either stayed up or I woke up, and that is because the Oscar nominations come out at 5:30 in the morning, which means that'd be 10 a.m. your time in Japan. Okay. So 10 a.m., 5:30 in the morning. Well, I'm not going to cover them. It's not like, well, I guess maybe I could, but that's so early here. 5:30 in the morning. I don't know. Either way, I will be doing a stream to react to the Oscar nominations. I just do not know what time that will be, but we certainly will have an Oscar nominations stream. Okay. Writers Guild of America nominations have come out. Those were postponed, but those were just announced. Critics' Choice Awards, this has been delayed and delayed and delayed. They were originally slated for January 12th, and now they are slated for January 26th. So that is another, might also cover that. The awards will be broadcast hosted by Chelsea Handler. Oh, great. Fun. The Grammy Awards are February 2nd. I'll be back by then. Producers and Directors Guild Awards are February 8th. Yeah, okay. So I'll be back. I'll be back for all this. So the only thing that I'm missing while I'm gone are the Academy Award nominations and then the Critics' Choice Awards. How long will you be in Japan? I'll be there for 10 days. Basically, you have to decide if you want to stream at a weird time in Japan or a weird time for us. Keep in mind, you may want to do fun IRL stuff during a normal Japan time. Yeah, so we'll be doing fun IRL stuff, but I will want to do, I'll want to do a couple of desktop streams. I just don't know if it's going to be like... Well, the other thing, too, is we'll probably only have one setup. Like, we'll only have one desktop setup. So it'll have to be like, working around when that's available. Have the Teen Choice Awards been announced? That's the big one. Yeah. What are the teens thinking? How are the teens feeling? Hassan and Caroline line to use the stream setup while running around Japan. Oh, no. Let me be clear. My number one priority is exploring Japan. That is my priority. if I can do a desktop setup or desktop stream here and there, fun, great, would love that.
Our first guest is...
Try to make it happen if possible. It's my first time in Asia. It is. It is. All right, let's watch this Bill Burr.
He's just the man
clip.
we need at a time like this. He's one of the funniest guys in the whole world with a great new stand-up comedy special called
Bill
Drop
Burr.
Dead Years. It premieres March 14th on Hulu, and on March 10th, he makes his...
Caroline just spotted you in the latest episode of High Potential. No, dude, what sucks is they ended up cutting my coverage because they had to condense it. So I was a reporter and I had like 5 or 6 lines, but they did the thing where they just focus the camera on like another conversation that's happening as it's happening in the background. Well, okay, here's the good news. It means that I can maybe be on the show again. It sucks because I had gotten an audition for a bigger role on a different episode, but I was like, oh no, I just filmed this reporter role. And so they were like, oh shoot, yeah, we don't want to have you audition because it's just too close. But because the reporter coverage was cut and it was like really condensed and it's mostly just in the background, I'm like, well, then I think I could possibly be on another episode if I can book another role. You were in a background shot in one scene. I recognize the back of your head and voice. Yeah, and what's crazy is that there was 2 days of filming. 2 days of filming.
Broadway debut in...
To see Bill Burr do a Twitch stream and deal with Twitch chat. Seriously, that would be amazing content to see Bill Burr do a live stream and deal with chat.
You said that...
about it. I know about the one that I fly.
No, I don't even mean going on someone's stream. I mean his own stream and then responding to people. Oh my God. This is what I've talked about so much when I talk about people with depression who are terrified, like creative people, funny people with depression who are terrified of their meds taking that from them. Like they're scared that if they are medicated, if they're no longer depressed, then they won't be funny, then they won't be creative, etc. And we just want gossip is very true. I only just stopped my meds in December. They changed my life for the better, but now that I'm off them, it's another step in the same direction. Yeah, like I recognize meds aren't for everyone, but I think it's just this it's this belief that if you are depressed and you are not as depressed anymore, then you won't be funny or you won't be creative or, you know, whatever spark it is that you have that you have attributed to your depression. You're worried about that going away. I got the treatment resistant kind. Yeah, but I think that there are I think that there are some people who it is I get that it would feel really scary to change something about yourself, even if you're like, I want this to change, but I'm so scared about this changing. And you hear horror stories about creative people who went on medication, just people in general and medication that they take, and how it is not a one size fits all, and sometimes you have to like experiment and try different things. But I've talked to a lot of people in the creative arts who ended up taking medication, and they were like, yeah, it's only been a good thing for me. Like, it did not, it first of all did not make me any less gifted, any less talented than I am. And it also was like positive for me as a creative as well. You know, like it's not only something where it's not going to guaranteed take away your creativity. It could also serve you in ways that you don't know. I'm often reminded of what Luigi told me the morning of December 4th while we were eating breakfast in my Midwest home. I'll never go to New York. Then he helped me build a cabinet. Great guy. Yeah. He was doing a lot that day. Not in New York, but just, you know, at a busy day with a lot of people who are attesting to the time that they spent just calling out people's bullshit. You know, he's so funny because he's just like, you're fucking stupid. You're being stupid. You're full of shit. Shut. Always be closing. Always be closing. Deanie, thank you so much for the gifted. Good looking burger. Good tasting burger. I am hungry. Okay.
Creators are scrambling to find a replacement for TikTok.
I really don't know much about RedNote. I've seen people posting about it online as, you know, the end of TikTok draws near. And people are looking for an alternative. I was never on TikTok, so I'm probably not going to get onto RedNote just because I'm not a person who I'm like, if something goes down, I think I'm not going to try to find an alternative to it. Yeah, maybe I'll have RedNote and I'll post one thing. I'll have one single post. But yeah, I've seen a lot of jokes happening, you know, people who are posting stuff like, oh, this is your Chinese spy. Hello. Hello. Hi. I am your Chinese spy. The cultural exchange is really awesome. Well, what I think is exciting is that, like, actually maybe a lot of Americans will be exposed to things about China and Chinese people that they just previously have never known, right? That when it comes to China, they're like communism and spies. That is our enemy. There's so many Mao fan cams. Oh my God. And now they're like connecting with people in China on this app. Trans people are flocking there and are already having funny interactions with Chinese people. Yeah, it's great. It's kind of that beautiful moment that happens when when either a new social media app pops up and everyone's kind of like, you know, being silly, or when Americans move to an app that is not American and are being goofy, being silly. Everybody's learning Mandarin. Everybody's practicing Chinese. Anyway, okay, so let's see what
as the threat of a ban looms.
RedNote
Could
is.
the Chinese-owned social media app Xiaohongshu, or RedNote in English, be a replacement for TikTok? While RedNote had previously catered almost exclusively to Chinese audiences, Americans are flooding onto the platform this week, making it the #1 app on the App Store for 2 days straight. RedNote was founded in 2013 as an online shopping guide before pivoting to social media and e-commerce. Over 300 million people use the app, which is filled with travelogues, beauty tutorials, and animal videos. Before it this week, the few American users of RedNote had been musicians looking to tap into the Chinese market, like John Legend and Mariah Carey. But this week, many TikTokers announced that due to the upcoming ban, they were migrating to RedNote as well. Videos containing the hashtag TikTok refugee have been viewed 100 million times. One user of this hashtag is Marcus Robinson, a 29-year-old fashion designer who created a RedNote account to share his thrifting adventures and promote his fashion brand, P13.
Wait, do you think Farley could be big in China? Is this maybe the move? 小心好 Zhongzhou. So I'm very curious to see what a red note looks like. Okay, let me see. Alex Peter Lolo. Okay, so how is that in Chinese? This motherfucker's on RedNote? Of course this motherfucker is on RedNote. Of course he's on RedNote. Okay, so that looks like a follow button. So is this him typing? Or like, is there an easy way to... Is there an easy way to write in Chinese if you don't know Chinese? Gina's been talking about it and showing videos on stream. I saw that she had a tweet that went viral about RedNote. It's genuinely uplifting conversations happening between Americans and Chinese people on Xiaohongshu. Like, people are having genuine, respectful cultural exchanges. Yeah, all it takes is the American government deciding to bring the hammer down on a social media app that is not American owned and therefore they don't have control over. Okay, so is this in like...
Are they gonna like this? Do I need to put on a tie? It is so stunning.
Oh, okay. I don't know why for a second I was like, is he going to be speaking in Chinese? I want to look up that if someone can link the Gina tweet that went viral. It's really funny. This is a viral RedNote post before its time. Imagine going through a rough patch with your boyfriend and thousands of Chinese netizens comfort you. Okay, bye, baby. You pretty, he ugly. You swan, he frog. You can try, Chinese man. Don't cry, baby. You are very pretty. He looks like Mickey and Shameless. You are so beautiful and you deserve better. Men all are feet of big pig. Honestly, so true. Don't listen to them, Chinese man. No, but Chinese women very nice. Oh my God. I'm sorry, but you know, he's look monkey. Oh my God. You swan, he frog. Abandon him. Oh my God, this is so funny. You are a beauty. He is a man. You are pretty. He is alive. Oh my God. I'm writing this down. You are pretty. He's alive. Wow. That is... I could not come up with something that is better than this. You are pretty. He is alive.
TikTok is getting banned from the US, so I'm sure you understand why I have to do this.
我不会撒谎。老实说，我非常高兴美国政府禁止 TikTok。我讨厌这个应用上大多数人，但我知道你们中的很多人都喜欢我，所以请不要忘记在 Instagram 上关注我，用户名是 Peach Jars。现在你也可以在红色笔记上关注我，和我其他的中国朋友们一起，用户名是 Peach Jars。没错，
Oh my fucking
无论如何
God,
我都
I'm
不在
dying.
乎。谢谢你，我根本不在乎，无论如何。谢谢。
In case you don't know, that's not actually Peach Jar speaking Chinese, but that is hilarious.
TikTok is getting banned from the US.
You know what it is that I am... Okay, because I'm not a TikTok user, I'm not like, oh my God, all right. I'm a content creator. My content is being taken away, or my platform is being taken away. I got to move over to RedNote. So, like, I don't know how to explain it in that I'm trying to, like, know what this is as everybody's doing this stuff, even though I'm probably not going to be on RedNote, but at least I'm not, like, with every other platform, the last person to figure stuff out. So that's why I'm like, okay, what is RedNote? Why is everyone speaking in Chinese or fake Chinese?
US, so I'm sure you understand.
Oh my god, that is so fucking funny. Holy shit. Oh, I love that so much.
In TikTok since around 2020. To find out that TikTok will be banned in the US, I was kind of upset. So immediately I wanted to download the app and get ahead of the curve. I've probably had the app for about 36 hours now, and it's already at 10,000 followers, which is insane to me.
It is unlikely that Americans will settle on RedNote or a similar Chinese app called Lemonade in the long term. Those apps
D-Tune was not into making an account, but he did download it to help boost the app. Oh, that's a good idea.
face the same regulatory pressure that TikTok does. However, the interest in these apps shows that Americans are frustrated with the ban they see as paternalistic, worry about TikTok's top American-owned competitors like Instagram, and looking for a new social media destination. While Congress's bill from last year singles out TikTok and other ByteDance apps, it also regulates other foreign adversary-controlled applications. And so if RedNote gets popular enough, it could be banned too.
What is happening in chat right now? What is going on? What is this copy pasta? You guys know I don't understand these things. You know that this stuff is confusing to me. Okay, so if you go home, can I look at stuff without there being even... Okay, I don't have an account, but... Okay. What is this? Oh. Okay. Oops. Are there Luigi Mangione posts all over RedNote? That was a CAPTCHA that I failed. Yeah. Yeah, I did. I did. Yes, there are Luigi ones all over. By like people who not Americans, right? Not Americans.
I need some time alone myself.
Wait, what is is this a Trump parody?
You know what? Today is Christmas Day, and I choose to go out and do some fishing. I need some time alone myself. Because I got very tight schedule. I got meeting in 3 minutes. My bodyguard just told me. Who knows? Maybe I can catch one fish or not. I don't know. Let's take a look. You know what? Today is Christmas Day, and I choose to go out.
Oh my god. Man, I'm really missing out on what's happening over at RedNote. Wait, I want to see a Luigi Mangione one. Be honest, are you a robot? Why? Because I couldn't do the CAPTCHA? No, that was simply a mistake. I'm not a robot, everybody. Obviously. Obviously. Here's another one from the same guy.
A lot of people ask me, they want to know it's so bad. They want to know it's so bad. They want to know, how does America sound in Chinese? In Chinese.
Yo, how is he so good at this?
How China sound in English? Well, I'll tell you what, it's very easy. It's called Megwa. Megwa. It's very easy. May is like Mayday.
He's
maybe,
so good.
maybe I'll do it.
Move
maybe
aside,
I'll not.
Austin Show.
Nobody knows. A lot of people ask me, they want to know it so bad. They want to know it so bad. They want to know, how does America sound in Chinese? In Chinese.
I believe he's a tour guide. He's popped up on my TikTok feed a couple times. His Trump is just perfect. Like, it's so good. Okay, here's a Luigi one. Oh my god.
Put a gun against his head, pulled my trigger, now he's dead. Mama, life had just begun, and now I'm going through it all away. Mama.
Wow. That was so good. Deanie, thank you for the bits. My mom, 55, downloaded RedNote on her own. She told me today that she was so surprised to see how normal China is and how friendly the people of China are. A century of Red Scare propaganda has been shattered in a matter of days. Yeah, you know, I think I think it may have backfired. Oh my God, they're cosplaying Luigi Mangione on RedNote. I think the American government has consistently been doing things that are backfiring on them and are dismantling in a matter of hours the propaganda that has been, you know, that has been maintained for decades. They're cosplaying Luigi Mangione on RedNote. Holy shit. Oh man. Yeah, you know what it is too, is like I forget that people have a lot of xenophobia, that they think Chinese people are all communists, which is so crazy. I don't know how I forget that, because I've been treated that way. But I guess it's more so of like, oh yeah, there's a lot of Americans where when they simply are presented a different side to things and to people, that it has them being like, well, wait a second. Hold on. This doesn't line up with everything that I have believed thus far, or everything that I have been told. Someone asked why RedNote is so obsessed with Luigi, and one Chinese user replied, when one person carries firewood for the group, it's wrong to leave him to the wind and cold. Oh, man. What a line. What a quote. Hold on, Farley. Calling you a commie is stupid. Clearly you're a robot. Yes, I am. Hold on, Fart. Good boy. Good Titi. Good Titi. Okay, let me watch this one. Hold on. Oh my God, they are dressed up. They are dressed up in Luigi Mangione cosplay. Dude, he is like a folk hero in China as well. I can't find the link of this Luigi fan cam Red Note video, so I uploaded it on Imgur, but even their Luigi fan cams are so much better. They're outdoing us on the fan cams. Is Anti-Piker aware of the Luigi fan cams and how ain't nobody doing it like the fan cams on Red Note? I get on the beat like that. Their fan cams are actually on beat.
小红书
This is really good. Yeah.
小红书
小红书 小红书 Man, yeah, they are doing the fan cams as fan cams should be done.
My name is Baby No Money, and I am looking for a wife. And these are the reasons why you should be my wife. 1, I made La La La.
Watch out my wrist, it go like sha sha sha, sha sha sha. I got your bitch singing la 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 la, la la la.
2, I made Edamame.
Ball singing low while I pop a bottle off of your chain swinging, clang clang, and it costs a lot.
3, I made It Boy.
ITBOY, BBNO dollar sign. That's me, that's right, that's me, that's right.
4, I'm compassionate and caring, and I love you.
Oh my god. What if I were to make a red note, what would my red note be? Look at the first comment. Oh no, I just closed out. Hold on. Let me see. But you have no money. He's rich. Because it's BB No Money. But you have no money. Oh, man. To be fair, he's big in China. I couldn't believe that I didn't know who BB No Money was until last year. And then I met, like, I really like him. He's a cool guy. He's a cool guy. And then I'll hear a song and be like, "Oh, I know that song." Like, yeah, that's his song. Sometimes I am like 100 years old. We'll be like, "Oh, I do know that song." A simple comment section in Xiaohongshu Red Note is undoing billions of dollars of CIA American propaganda. Wait, the social credit score thing isn't real? Not real and technically impossible to do that because we have 1.4 billion people. Social credit, we don't have this at all, but Western countries believe that if my social credit is 0, then I will die. I heard somewhere that there was a limit for how long Chinese people can play video games for and that it's punishable. Is that true at all? Only children have limits on their videos and their video game playing time. This is to prevent them from getting addicted to video games. Of course, many kids playing games use their parents' accounts. Oh, that makes sense, LOL. Thank you. The punishment is that parents will be angry if they find out they're only playing games and not completing their homework. Yeah, this is a lovely thing. This is a lovely thing, and this is what I mean by there are these rare moments when there are new social media sites, like going back and looking at the early days of Twitter And just to see how far we've come, and by that I mean how things didn't used to be such a fucking hellscape. You know, it wasn't always so horrible. And because, you know, the same social media apps have dominated for a long time now, that whenever something new happens, it's rare. And it also feels like even more wholesome because of how unwholesome social media is. Jake and Bake's girlfriend Waterland has been saying how social credit is a myth. Americans are so brainwashed, you have to start banning those who bring up the myth. Yeah, it's crazy that there are people who are like learning things for the first time because they've joined a social media app and they're having conversations with people in a country that they think is like evil. I'm doomer pilled by the news lately, but these last couple days have been so cute and wholesome. It's giving me hope. I want to see some of the red notes where they're doing jokes about Chinese spies. Like, let me they're so funny over here. Okay, this is the Gina tweet that went viral. You may not recognize me, but I am your Chinese spy. So happy to meet you here that I won't get fired. Oh my God. Welcome, foreign friends. Oh my God, that looks so dreamy. Aquagrit, thank you for the 11 months. Miz, thank you for the 29 months. Strawman, thank you for the 2 months. I am Spam, thank you for the 5. Baby Banana Slug, thank you for the 9 months. Oh, man, that looks so beautiful. I am a little embarrassed that I will be going to Japan. I feel a little bad that I'll be going to Japan before I go to China. So I really need to visit China as soon as I can. I'm like, thank God my papa is not alive to know that the first country in Asia that I'm visiting is Japan. Did you know NMP recently tried to learn about the social credit system and asked his chat for answers and context, but when he actually looked it up, which was also a reductive explanation, a large chunk of the chat was chill with it. That's good. Chinese children are asking for help with their English homework only for Americans that accidentally give the wrong answers because our education system sucks. And sorry, we're too stupid. We're too stupid. Have you been to Ireland? Yes, I have been to Ireland. More of my faves. I'll watch a couple more. I'll watch a couple more, and then what time is it? 10 o'clock, and then I can do a little bit BioShock.
你好，我叫 Carissa， 我是美国人，我是难民 TikTok， 我来到 RedNote 开启新的生活，我要朋友，我爱你。
小红书。I have to say, like, seeing so many Americans not be so goddamn xenophobic like they normally are, and actually be like looking at Chinese culture and Chinese language in a way that's not either fetishizing it or mocking it, is something that I didn't really know I would see. Can some Chinese-speaking friends please teach me to say "raw"? Next question. Can you teach me what does "raw" next question mean first? Because I have seen so many times in comments. I will answer your question, but first, I have a question for you. What does that even mean? These are so cute and funny.
Write down your. So I was a conservative Republican when I joined TikTok. This was back in 2021. I was a little late to joining TikTok because I was a conservative Republican and I was writing that the new age spirituality to alt-right pipeline, which was a really easy one for me to travel since I was already on the right because I was raised in Arizona. I was conservative, right? And so that was a really easy pipeline for me to travel. And then I eventually got on TikTok and started learning and started listening and started learning and started listening. And it's just crazy because I just kept going more up, and you jump over the Democrats because and you just keep moving left and you just keep moving left. Like, I am what the American government is afraid of. I used to be
just jump over the Democrats.
Conservative Republican with no emotional intelligence, no empathy, didn't care about anybody, didn't know about any of the issues very deeply, didn't want to listen to anybody about anything, nothing, none of that. And then I got on this app and I sat and I listened and I let people connect dots for me. And then I started connecting my own dots. And then I started questioning things. And then I started getting emotionally intelligent. And then I started really asking questions. And then I really started feeling passionate about it because now I'm emotionally intelligent. Now I really fucking care about people. And now I'm a leftist. Like the most far left person in my personal circle. If they're afraid of people on this app learning information and becoming anti-America, they should be afraid of that because that's exactly what happens. Or at least that's my story, my TikTok testimonial, if you will. At the end of the day, if the truth and learning about things and gaining perspectives and whatnot is a threat to a system, then that system is a house of cards. And that's what we're witnessing. We're witnessing their house of cards tumbling, and they're grasping at whatever they can to keep their house of cards from tumbling. But the damage is already done. We already saw too much. We already know too much. And we also know that there are more of us, that there are a lot of us who feel this way, who have this same story. I'm sure that my story is not unique. I'm sure there are a lot of people who got on this app originally as Republicans, and they are no longer anything close to Republicans. And to me, what's happening on the outside is not necessarily reflective of what's happening on the inside, right? A seed grows underground for a really long time before it, not a really long time, but some amount of time, sometimes a really long time. Anyway, the seed is growing underground before you can ever see it. It's growing, it's sprouting, it's making its...
Yeah, I mean, I think whether it's TikTok or Twitch or just the internet, that there are a lot of young people who were brainwashed and propagandized and then went, oh, I have access to different perspectives and I'm learning things that I've never been taught about. Like, obviously there is a lot of misinformation online, right? TikTok is not the only social media platform that has this problem. Let's be clear about that. When people are like, yeah, you should ban TikTok because they'll see a horrible TikTok. They'll see some psycho conspiracy theorist on TikTok and be like, ban TikTok. It's like, look at all of these fucking platforms, okay? Look at all these platforms. But there's also no denying that TikTok, unlike the other platforms, was the one where Palestine content could best survive and be disseminated. And that was a major reason why there was pressure to get rid of TikTok. It's not American owned. Silicon Valley wants to get rid of a major competitor. You had the pro-Israel lobbies like AIPAC, who were not happy with how many young people were using TikTok to figure out who Palestinian people are, because Palestinian people are on TikTok, right? And it's like, you can't stop somebody from seeing someone as human beings, as from, seeing a group of people as human and connecting with them when you have something like TikTok where it's like, oh, hi, I'm Palestinian. This is my home, like showing it around. And some 20-year-old in Nebraska is like, didn't know what who a Palestinian person was. They're like, what is a Palestinian? And now here they are on TikTok seeing a video of a Palestinian kid who's like, these are my favorite video games. And you're like, oh, those are my favorite video games. Right? It's like that connection. One of the coolest things I've seen on RedNote is both majority populations in China and America learning about minority cultures like women through art. Let me finish this. Hold on.
And then finally, it breaks through the dirt and we can witness.
You think the person in Nebraska knew who a Jewish person was? I think the kid in Nebraska is more likely to have come in contact with someone who is Jewish, or more importantly, to have an understanding of Israel, because when you live in the United States, that is our greatest ally. And so we are all propagandized from just living here, and we are not exposed to the Palestinian people. We are not exposed to the Palestinian side, to their stories and their who they are and what they've been through. Yeah, does Chatter think Nebraska's on the moon?
Right? But the seed grows underground first and for a while. And what we're witnessing is that the insides of a lot of Americans have changed. A lot of us have deconstructed the house of cards inside of us, right? And that might not be showing in modern society quite yet, or in today's society quite yet, right? Outside, fascism keeps growing, but inside, our little seeds are growing. And eventually, those seeds will break through the surface, and they will be seen. And they will be seen everywhere. And it'll happen. I have no doubt that it'll happen. But we got to be patient, and we got to keep working, and don't be discouraged. Stay connected to each other. Find ways to connect. Write down your favorite people's names so that in 6 months, when a new app emerges, you can go find all your same people, get right back into it. Connection is so important. We cannot let them disconnect us, right? Connection is the single most important thing on earth. Community, connection, each other is the single most important thing. And they know that, right? That's what this app does. It's community. It connects people. You can niche down because you can exactly find your people, right? That's so powerful. And that's why they're afraid. There's nothing like this out there, right? I'm procrastinating going into the gym right now. So I'm gonna.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. There's a lot of bullshit online. There's a lot of people whose brains have been rotted by TikTok and other social media apps and just the internet in general. But there are, like, let me just say this, okay? If the American government is trying to ban something and it's like the one thing that they both sides get together on, and despite everything else that's going on, despite all the problems in this country, they make sure that they take care of the problem. And all I will say is, I think at this point you should assume that their reasons, even if you don't know anything else, that their reasons are doing so are not because they actually give a shit about you and the American people. I'm glad to hear this version of TikTok user radicalization exists, because I see so much ignorant propaganda clips from TikTok vicariously like hogwatch, so much misinfo widely accepted. I'm glad to hear this. There are a lot of people who have learned important things from TikTok. I'm so serious. And when it comes to Palestine, there are a lot of people who, like, especially young people, teenagers who, like, learned learned and humanized Palestinians because of TikTok. And we know that it was a major problem because AIPAC was freaking out about it. AIPAC went to their buddy Congress and was like, this is not okay. No can do with this. We cannot have the young people learning. Like, seriously, we can't have them seeing a side that we're not in control of. Like, we need to control the narrative, and we're not controlling the narrative here. Try talking about, on Instagram, Facebook, like Meta has actively suppressed Palestinian accounts, mentions of Palestine. Can we follow you on RedNote, comrade? I mean, if I know myself, I probably will not be on RedNote. But I just want to recognize that. Hold on. Basically, I want to recognize that I know that there's major problems with the internet, but there's also for a lot of people it's been life-changing in a good way. And it has opened them up to perspectives that they never otherwise would have been exposed to. Ask your editor to post your clips on here. No. Yeah, I guess if I'm not going to be posting on TikTok. I started high school in 2013, was raised conservative. I started browsing Tumblr and learned so much by the time I graduated. I was leftist. Like, raise your hand if the internet radicalized you in a good way. If you were maybe conservative or you were whatever, and some part of the internet, social media app, whatever, was what opened you up to a world that you were not aware of. Yeah. Like, when I was younger, I also really wasn't on the internet, but military vet turned leftists here. We love military vet turned leftists. When I was younger, like, I can't imagine if the people around me were exposed to like more than their just immediate world, A lot of the kids I grew up with were just super ignorant, and yeah, I think about Gen Z, like younger people who have like who for whom the internet has been a lifeline, and also the radicalization that they were never going to get from the people around them, right? Whether it's their families, their teachers, like the adults in their life who are telling them one thing, and this is what you believe, and you believe it because I'm telling you it. I was raised in the Texas of Canada, so without the Texas of Canada. So without the internet, I wouldn't have learned about a lot. Mm-hmm. Going off to college and being around folks from a lot of different backgrounds for the first time helped a lot for me, and then internet. I remember being pro-life when I was very young. I mean, like, we all were. we all were pro-life. But I turned pro-choice in sophomore year of high school. Yeah, we were all pro-life because either we were raised Catholic or some other religion where it is pretty pro-life, or because that was just like the thing. Like, that was the thing. When I was in junior high, we did a mock election, and George Bush won the mock election in my school. Like, what's so funny is, like, I think I've talked about this before, but the last time I saw my high school friends, we were going through old yearbooks and just looking at how so clearly brainwashed we were, where it was like, who's your hero? And how many people wrote like the American military, right? Who's your hero? U.S. soldiers who are fighting to keep us safe overseas. You know? Like, that was junior high and high school, where some of my friends who are like communists now, right? They were just on the left in general, were in high school writing that the U.S. military was their hero. I think it obviously like depends on where you grew up. I grew up in the Midwest, in the suburbs. So grew up in the Midwest, in the suburbs, like immediately after 9/11, you know, where the aftermath was very much so like being taught a sense of nationalism, like pride. Like fucking Disney Channel. The Disney Channel was doing military ads. One of my classmates and I did a whole debate as Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert that was supposed to be funny, but all our classmates were confused as to why we were yelling at each other. They're like, we don't know who that is. Who is that? My dad was an anti-war, anti-Bush liberal, so I was libbed till I finished high school. My family was not conservative, but it was like the people that I was around. My best friend was evangelical, and so I went to church with her. They had a picture of George Bush like in their dining room, like a framed photo of him. My parents were Democrats. I actually have to ask my mom who she voted for. 2004. Like, I'm pretty sure she voted for Kerry. But maybe that was the end of her being like sort of a Republican. I don't know. Maybe I'm also just spreading fake news. Yeah, I gotta see. I don't know. I don't think she did. No, actually, no. Because I voted for George Bush in our school's election. And I think I remember being like, I am diverging from my family here by voting for George Bush in the school election. I was in junior high, okay? I was a real patriot. It's America. We're all brainwashed. The government preys on the poor to join the military. They take advantage of those who think they will make a difference. What has anyone done besides bitching on the internet to make a difference? Well, I think that there are people who have done more than bitching on the internet. I think if you think all people do is bitch on the internet, then that is very cynical. It's very, very cynical. And I think one current example of how people don't just bitch on the internet is the response to the fires in LA. There is so much mutual aid organization happening, people who are volunteering, people who are making sure that the most vulnerable who have been affected by these wildfires are being taken care of. They're using the internet to organize, right? Like GoFundMes and other mutual aid being compiled into lists that are then being shared online. People who are using social media so that that others can connect to these orgs, whether they need help or they want to offer their help. So I am never going to be a person who's like, all people do is bitch on the internet and nobody is doing anything for real change, because one, that's simply not true. And two, because I used to be someone who's like, the internet is just totally evil. And then I realized that there are actually good things about the internet, because good people will use the internet in the way that it should be used. If you have bad people, shitty people, then yeah, the internet is the resulting internet usage is shitty. But I think one of the things that really made me change my mind, I can't believe you voted for W. Okay, I was 12. All right, I was 12. And my best friend's family was obsessed with George W. Bush, and I just wanted them to like me. Anyway, what made me change my mind on the internet and whether or not kids should have access to it is when I would hear trans and other LGBTQ youth talk about how the internet was a lifeline for them. How, a lot of them growing up in families, in communities that are hostile to them, where if they have questions surrounding their identity, if they're searching for connection, there's none to be found. And how the internet is a lifeline in that they can seek answers, they can seek community. The internet made you gayer. There you go. See, the internet's making the kids gay. It was a great way to soul search and find others to bond with and feel heard and feel validated. And I never used the internet that way. And so because I never used the internet that way, I never considered how there were a lot of people who the internet was life-changing, was truly a lifeline for them. And so I was someone who was like, yeah, I got, keep kids off the internet. The internet is evil. The internet is evil. It's bad for kids. And realize that it's actually not as simple as that. It's much more nuanced, and it's why I opposed the legislation from this past summer to restrict the internet from kids who are a certain age, right? And then also seeing that you have to see that like that legislation is being championed by anti-LGBTQ politicians, where it's like, of course, they don't want LGBTQ kids to have any resources, It would have taken me at least 10 more years to figure out my identity if I didn't have the internet. It also unbrainwashed me from all the conservative BS. Yeah, it has been, I now understand, life-changing for people who otherwise, you know, would not have had resources or community. Now, of course, there are major problems with the internet. Like, I am an internet creator who's also a woman of color. And I will tell you, yeah, I get it. There are big time problems. Okay. It's not all fun and games, unfortunately. And it is a way for people to digitally harass and do so anonymously. And it also fosters like really bad impulses and creates these tendencies to just be super duper cruel, because it's like, well, it's the internet, that's just how it is. But it's basically it's nuanced, okay? It's not one thing or another. My grandma was a badass communist her whole life. You know, I always appreciate when old people who were super radical in their youth don't become conservative when they get older, right? Where you go, hold on a second, you were protesting the Vietnam War? You were like anti-military, anti-war, pro-social programs, you know. What happened? Oh, well, I got older. What does that mean? Right? And that's why, like, Amy Goodman, she's a goat. Amy Goodman is a goat, okay? Bernie, not perfect. Definitely things to criticize Bernie on. Bernie has been pretty fucking consistent since he was young Bernie. And it just feels rare to see older people who have been doing this a long time not give in to this supposed natural conservatism that comes with age. There's the whole, like, when I was young, I thought with my heart, and so I was a liberal, or like I was a Democrat. And then when I was older, I thought with my brain, and so I became a conservative. I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean? We gotta change that. We gotta change that whole quote. The getting older makes you more conservative is a recent phenomenon and frankly lines up perfectly with lead exposure, as it is worse with Gen X and does not appear to be happening with millennials at all. You know, Gen X's brains are just filled with lead. My grandpa was the president of the Teamsters here, and now he's a MAGA Fox News guy. You know, that's more common than not. That is unfortunately something that happens more often than the opposite. People who get conservative reveal that their politics were self-interested. They only cared because they were broke. Right. It's like you're young, you're broke, you are struggling, and so that's why these are your politics. But now you're financially secure and you've given that up. Yeah. So it is the fuck you, I got mine. Okay. That's sad. That's sad. And I hope that the generations, starting with mine, to come, do not succumb to that individualistic mindset. I hope we only get more radical. I hope that we're, you know, like, I want to be out there as an old lady like next to the kids. Being like being the cool, progressive old lady who didn't change just because she got older, right? Do not succumb. Do not succumb. I'll be the queer woman rooting and cheering for the youth changing for the better. Yeah, and to be there to support them, and like as we get closer to the end of our lives, not looking at it as like, well, good luck. I don't care. I'm almost dead. But instead being like, before I go, I want to do what I can to make sure that I'm leaving this world in as good of shape for the ones to come. I think we're going to all be too old to be useful. No. No. I'm going to be rocking that shit. Okay. My dad says he wants kudos for changing and not being Republican like he was when he was a teen, but like, okay, you're still in favor of imperialism and stuff. Work ain't done yet, buddy. Yeah. Still more work to do. More work to do always. And that's why my papa was like, you got to learn every single day or else you get old. You get old when you stop wanting to learn. When you have lost your spirit and your curiosity and your drive to learn. I also saw this quote, which I think is relevant. The best thing for being sad, replied Merlin, beginning to puff and blow, is to learn something. That is the only thing that never fails. You may grow old and trembling in your anatomies. You may lie awake at night listening to the disorder of your veins. You may miss your only love. You may see the world about you devastated by evil lunatics, or know your honor trampled in the sewers of baser minds. There's only one thing for it then, to learn. Learn why the world wags and what wags it. That is the only thing which the mind can never exhaust, never alienate, never be tortured by, never fear or distrust, and never dream of regretting. Learning is the thing for you. Look at what a lot of things there are to learn. Pure science, the only purity there is. You can learn astronomy in a lifetime, natural history in 3, literature in 6. And then, after you have exhausted 1,000,000,000 lifetimes in biology and medicine and theocriticism and geography and history and economics, why, you can start to make a cartwheel out of the appropriate wood or spend 50 years learning to begin to learn to beat your adversary at fencing. After that, you can start again on mathematics until it is time to learn to plow. I'm something of a learner myself. That is T.H. White in his 1958 retelling of the Arthurian legend in Once and Future King. Anybody have to read that in high school? I did. Once and Future King. I do not remember that quote. I will say. I don't really remember anything from high school, though. This poem by Rudyard Kipling is very similar to... See, this is... I love poetry. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to, broken, and stoop and build 'em up with worn-out tools. If you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings, and never breathe a word about your loss, if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone. And so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will, which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much. If you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and which is more, you'll be a man. My son! My son! You only become old when you stop learning or turn 30 on Twitch. You know what, motherfucker? You. Do you like Waitress the musical? Yes, I do. I do. Wow, I never thought a Twitch chat could appreciate this at all. Welcome to this community where I force where I force things on this stream that people don't do on Twitch for good reasons. That they do not have mass appeal. Like when I make people watch New Yorker short films. And I'm like, no, this is great, guys. You're going to love this. Or I'm going to read this thing to you, and it's going to take me 30 minutes to read, but it's better. It's better. You'll be better for it. You'll be better for it. You need this. You need this, and you're here. And if you go somewhere else, just don't tell me. If you leave, well, that's up to you. But, you know, I am trying to make it so that every time you click onto the stream, you are exposed to something that you have not been exposed to before, right? That you hear that you watch something you've never seen, that you hear something that you've never heard. And I'm a big believer in sharing art as a way of forming human connection, and as a way of sometimes it's hard to explain something, but there's somebody else who's come before you who did it better. Do we have is this new copy pasta, or just people who have, or are we just putting our experiences in? Let me see. If only the teachings of Marx could be here as they were intended to. Okay, there's our first essay. And I grew up learning from my Christianity that when Jesus said no to love your neighbor as yourself. Being a leftist is what Christianity is supposed to look like. Oh, yeah. If Jesus were alive, Jesus would be a socialist. That's what we always say, you know? It's always disgusting and also hypocritical to the teachings of Jesus when someone who is preaching the words and the teachings of Jesus Christ is doing so in order to siphon millions of dollars from from those who are desperate for a leader, for somebody to like tell them that everything is going to be okay, give them a path, when they are grifting and using the words of Jesus in order to do so, when they are working to strip people's rights from them in the name of Jesus. Yeah. Jesus would be a full communist. True. Did you grow up religious? I grew up Catholic. Yes, indeed. Yep. First communion. all that jazz. And I went to church every Sunday up until I was 18 years old. And then what's funny is I went to a Jesuit college, and that is when I stopped going to church. Which actually the Jesuits are cool when it comes to Catholicism. The Jesuits are like the cool hippies somewhat, right? Like they're chill. But I was just very over religion at that point. And it's funny because I was agnostic, and then I was atheist, and then I took a world religions class when I was a senior, and then I was like, I think I'm Buddhist. And then I went, I think I'm Jainist. And I went, no, because I hate spiders and bugs. And to be Jainist means that every creature is equal, and I cannot take the life of a bug or else I'm committing murder. So then I was like circling through East Asian religions and being like, do any of these work for me? And then I just went back to being agnostic. Yep. I was fluid for a moment there with my religious beliefs. And yeah, I've been agnostic for a long time. It was like, that was kind of the last time I really ever thought about religion. Once I left college, I was like, no, I'm not interested. I was not in a trying to find what religion worked for me. I was fine being agnostic and going, I'm not interested actually in pursuing any type of religion. And that was it. I will say that class that I took was very interesting. The world religions class, because I had to take theology and philosophy because I went to a Jesuit school and those were requirements. Did you do confirmation when you were Catholic? Yes. I did. I did it all. You got your nickname from a Catholic church. Bitch ass abusive nuns. Yeah, my mom, when she went to Catholic school, that's when they could still like beat the shit out of students. When like corporal punishment was allowed. So it was like, you went to Catholic school in the 60s and they would just like beat the shit out of you. Yeah. All right, y'all, I'm gonna run to the bathroom and then we'll gaming, I think. Castins, thank you for the gifted chat advice. Thank you for the prime. Okay. Alrighty. Little BioShock. Peep the title. Never trust a wife guy. How are you liking BioShock? I like BioShock. I feel as if I've probably frustrated some people in the way that I play. Your lip balm is huge. This is actually one of my smaller balms. This is my pocket size one. I feel like I know that I am that I have approached BioShock in a very guns blazing type of way, where I literally just blast and miss things, for sure.
Welcome back, child.
Okay, why is this not doing them? Go big. How do I go, how do I get rid of the white thing again?
Now you know the truth. You are his tool.
Isn't it F11?
Back to Rapture to save him. You have committed
Alt
many
enter.
sins,
Alt
but
enter.
perhaps you can find some redemption.
Oh, come on.
While you sleep,
Why is
I
that not
unlock some
working?
of Fontaine's
Alt.
mental conditioning. His control is no longer
Yeah, no, it's I know it's not Alt F4.
some very unpleasant strings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've already done that before.
Remit your mind with
Fool me
many
once type of
locks
thing.
and keys. Fontaine
Alt.
has most of those keys, but not
Click
all.
on the window.
Suchan is
Okay, let me try this
blind
again.
your mind. Taught Fontaine
Alt
to control
enter.
you.
No.
You might find answers in Suchong's flat in Mercury Suites.
Okay, let me try this. Let me close. Oh, that's not working. Oops, I just accidentally pinned that. Okay, I'm going to reopen. I'm going to reopen and see if that works. Love for hot daddies. Thank you for the 11 months. Okay. Alt enter. No, why? Why no work? You can just go into the settings. Okay, maybe I try that. Options. Oops.
Welcome back, child. Welcome to the city where you were born.
Welcome.
You are angry at Fontaine, yes? Now you know the truth.
Alt tab.
You are his tool, brought back to Rapture to save him. You have committed
Go to
many
full
sins,
screen.
but perhaps you can find some redemption.
I need to solve these riddles. Graphics. Okay, where the fudge? Hello, I am Palestinian. Thank you for support us and love your streams. Much love. Much love to you.
While you sleep, I unlock
Windows
some of
and
Fontaine's
up. Okay, let me try that.
conditioning. His control is no longer complete,
Oh my god.
but he can still
Go to Windows mode in the graphics option. Resolution, field of view, windowed mode. Okay, that's on. Windowed mode off. Okay. Oh. Oh no. Oh no, it shut down. Would you like to revert the in-game options to default settings? No? Maybe no. Default settings? No. Right? I don't know. This is always fun when I spend 10 minutes just trying to figure out how to do something like this. Did you touch the settings? I didn't touch shit. I didn't touch anything. All right, we're good now. Okay, let's do this again.
All your brain to tell your heart to stop beating.
What?
Not right off the bat, mind you. The heart's a stubborn muscle, but it ain't that stubborn.
Sorry? How dare you! Once you are free of Fontaine's control, then you can have your revenge. And we can keep my little one out of your filthy hands.
Wait, how did he do that with my health? How? You're a bot? Well, shit. I can't believe he just did it. I can't believe he just did that, though. God, I really hate this guy. I'm gonna fuck his shit up. It was very rude of him. It was very rude of him. Excuse me. So what happens if I'm controlling Big Daddy and then I try to kill him? Okay. So he gets mad. He does not like that. Oh okay. I'm almost dead. I think we both took each other out. Okie dokie. Where's the little girl? Yes, oftentimes I do get hit by my own mines. Sometimes it happens. Not much you can do about that. The telekinesis? I forgot. Pretty good. Pretty good.
But in the end, they've got nothing. What is clean it up? Clean it up! Where are you going?
Is that the same broad? No, that's not. Oh, that lady tanked 43 bullets. Okay, where are those noises coming from? Oh, nice. Okay, good job. I don't feel like, this is a real shootout here. Okay, good job, bot. You're literally on fire. You spent so many bullets.
Have you heard what's going on down at Apollo Square? I hear they're putting people in cages.
You know, the bot did what the bot could do. Bienvenido. You know, I will say the bots try very hard, even when they don't always do great. But it is a headshot, and it's pretty bullshit. Baby, I'm the bottom, you're the top. You're the top.
Is this it?
What's this? There's a magic in the air. Nice. Ha-ha! Yo, that was perfect. You're welcome, Daddy.
When I find you, I'm gonna teach you about how things work down there. Rapture's winners. You don't smell like a winner to me. Nobody should me.
Hey, where's that coming from? Hurry! 'Cause if, baby, I'm the bottom, baby, I'm the bottom. Got a little moonshine. Oh. Oh shit! Come here, lady. Oh, excuse me.
I'm writing down your name, you filth.
Yes. Yo, I am kind of killing it. They were just dancing. You guys, they would have killed me. They would have killed me if I didn't kill them. There's no room for dancing. They were just dancing. No, there's no such thing in this hellhole. Dancing is illegal. There's no dancing on my watch. But if, baby, I'm the... bottom. Shit. I need a bot shut down. Shit! Mayday! Oh, here it is. Mayday!
Stop this. Brian's got
All right,
his
where the
eyes on me.
fuck?
Not you. Nobody invited you. When I find you, I'm gonna teach you about how things work. That Tannenbaum ain't what you think. Florence Nightingale, huh? That'll all come crashing down before you can say.
Oh, bong request? Hell yeah.
Bunko, and I've seen great bunko. But when you
Permission? Hell yeah, granted.
World War II without even a scratch. You got more than leprechauns watching over you.
Why does he kind of sound like the Penguin?
Fontaine's become some kind of boogeyman in Rapture. That myth gives him power. But peel back Flim Flam and a humbug, he's just another conman. And like all conmen, he worries he'll end up on the wrong side of grift. That's why he commissioned the Lot 192. The antidote to the mental control plasmid. Fontaine
Put a Su Chong's apartment on the ground floor of Mercury Suites.
Not even Tenenbaum. And Su Chong is inclined to listen.
Look for a diary.
I knew there was something to that. Always secrets when with Suchong, always.
Always.
He must have this Lot 192 in his labs near Apollo Square. I once stole a dose and brought it back to my flat on the second floor, but...
No, I don't think it's my phone going off.
Penthouse upstairs. I never knew what Lot 192 was for, but...
Are you hearing
Suchong
things?
was doing something in secret. On this, I keep my eye.
Yeah, Mark will come back, huh? Yeah, everything will be fine. All these sugars coming.
Oh.
Who sent you?
Yo, oh shit. Oh my god. I was like, oh no, he lowered my health again, that bastard.
But you gotta understand where I'm coming from.
That guy is a bastard.
Years down here. Big investment. Man can't walk away from a long con like that.
Lot 192 will help you break Fontaine's mind control. Tenenbaum keeping a sample on her second floor Mercury Seats apartment. However, the front door's locked, so you have to find another way and try the third floor.
Yes?
Whoa! Did she just blow? Wait, what is that? Oh, excuse me! Oh my god! That was a bot!
Standards.
Shoot! Oh my god, I am just getting... Just getting constantly killed.
Who is that? Somebody there? You don't come to my town, kid.
Nice.
Ryan, Fontaine, all with her thumb on me.
Wait, what did I pass? Oh! Nice! Ah!
Run, you pathetic woman!
Woman? You pathetic woman?
You want more?
Do you want more? Oh, okay, shoot. Okay, I'm gonna come back and kill him for that comment, because that was so rude. Don't worry, I'll be back. You are so not gonna get away with that. I can't even tell you how much revenge I am coming for.
Come and visit us at the Midfast for a free 2-hour trial.
Let me tell you, buddy. You messed with the wrong...
Looks like things have gone busto between Fontaine and his little German.
The wrong gal.
Why,
why a guy like Fontaine would waste his time with that spooky crowd when he could be getting his gravy from any dish he chooses is beyond the understanding of this paparazzi. Even reset the door code to 5744. Maybe to be double sure that beanpole don't sprout up
Don't
in
forget
his
to
yard
get the
again.
little sister. Ah, yeah. Ah, yeah. Hannah, thank you for the gifted. You're on the top. The Coliseum. Sorry, that is stuck in my head now. Oh, fuck me. Do I go for it? Do I go for this, daddy? Yeah? Big Daddy Boom! Big Daddy Boom! Okay. We're gonna go finish it off. You can lay down mines or traps. Well, I think I got him about... Jesus. Oh my god, he's killing me again? God damn it! I have no health because of this son of a bitch. But I almost got daddy. There's a little fucker that I gotta take care of here. Oh, this guy is so annoying. Shit! He's obsessed with me! Okay, we go again. He's so obsessed with me. Why are you so obsessed with me? Everybody knows. It's clear that you... Okay, so let's go this way. And we're gonna go up. And we're gonna go up again. And go up again. Go that. And that. Oh, fuck! Oh my god! Shit! No, I almost had it! Okay. Okay, that way, and then curve. Nice. Okay, I like it. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Easy. Oh god, these bots are just... Motherfucker! Stop it! Oh no! Oh, I'm dead! Oh no! These guys are everywhere! Shit! How am I supposed to get the fart around them? I need to kill Daddy. Oh, oh! Sorry, little girl. I am gonna save you though. Don't worry, because I get gifts and I need a gift. I need a present.
Thank you. Was it something you come to my castle?
You're welcome, little girl. You better get me something nice. Okay, where the fuck? Just the 3rd floor.
Time for a nap, sweet angel.
Time for a nap, sweet angel. Alright. Fucking finally, dude. Tired of getting my ass kicked, mate. Getting me ass handed to me, mate.
Look, dumb. Nothing left but nothing.
Hello, sir. Okay.
Look at my home. Unmarked by Fontaine and his pigs. No doubt he had the samples of Lot 192 taken to his penthouse. Entrance is in lobby, but the damn thing is always locked. You will not believe me, but there was a time when this place was also beautiful.
Whore? Oh my god. Italic Man, thank you for the 16. Mitch, thank you for 21 months. Who's a whore? Not me.
What do you take me for? Some kind of mental incompetent? We tossed Mother Goose's roost the moment she decided to grow a conscience. You won't find nothing here, kid. Maybe her memories. And trust me on this, you don't wanna.
Trust me on this, you don't wanna. Oh god, I forget how fast this goes, and then it kicks off the bots. Shit, I really... Oh no, oh no. Alright, you guys, just everybody hold on. This is gonna be quite some time. Shit! Fuck! It's so fast. It's too fast. I can't do it. I can't. Shoot. No, I'm all the way back here. Oh, I need to find another thing. I can't believe I've just started all over. The only bad part about this game is when the,
Hey there, fellas. You know that 9 out of
Wait,
10
is this,
ladies prefer the athletic
Oh, an
Why stay on the
elevator?
sidelines? With the new Sport Boost line of
I
plasma
guess,
can turn
maybe
you
not.
into the jockey you always wanted to be. Come and visit us at the Met Fast for a free 2-hour
So
drive.
annoying.
You'll appreciate the difference. She will too.
Yeah, that was over the top difficult. Wait, what? Where is... Oh my god, he's killing me. I'm dying.
This way, kid. Hell, I was there when you were born.
Wait, I got the code? What's the code?
You have a dog you gotta put down? Breaks
Like
your
the...
heart.
Really? No, you guys, that's not the code. 5... When did I get the code? Nice, thank you. Thank you, Richard percent. Oh, it was written on the window. Right. Exactly.
I do know
Born Fried, thank you for the 3 months.
Ever account for our sins. But we must now set all of this aside. There is work to be done.
Ah, fuck me. Oh, I'm dead? Are you serious?
Who get the door, Sydney?
Okay, at least I don't have to start all the way all over. Oh. Oh no! What? Honestly, they're too fast. I can't jump. Wait, what's happening?
Who is it? The darling, is that you?
Oh! Watch this, ready? Now watch this drive, baby. My plasmids are all jumbled up. My plasmids. my plasmids. I can't find my plasmids.
And we got to defend what's ours.
Who's there?
My bad. Oh.
Listen to me.
Shit. What is this, like, ghost? Oh, no. What is that plasmid that I had? Electro bolt. And you and I. Okay, go through the bulkhead outside. Follows from there. Follows the sweets. What's the? Some of these I don't even know what they are. I also think the crossbow is the weapon for me. My bad. Sometimes. Sometimes I fuck up. Okay, ready? Here we go. Okay. Oh, my bad. No worries. No worries at all. Here we are. Hypnotize Big Daddy, that's right. Ah! Big Daddy, no! Shit, I need more stuff. I need more, maybe I use, like... These are gonna blow. These are gonna blow. I'm sorry! I'm dead again! Sometimes it takes me like 5 times. But we've got it this time. Oh, he's dead. Oh, I did get him. Oh, I'm sorry, little girl, but I am gonna rescue you because I want a treat. I want some help.
You saved me.
I did save you, but not because you are very low on health, but you're wealthy. Okay, that's good. Low on health, but rich. Heat-seeking artillery. Nice. Okay. Exploding buck. Yo. Okay. Okay, I am dying.
The smuggler is the friend of the parasite. It is your duty to report.
These are getting
You miss killing the kids? Ooh, what is this? Cyclone trap? I know, but I need help. Cyclone trap? That's pretty sick. And you... What them fingers do?
I was so angry when I came down here, but my God, I had no idea. There's armed men all over the place. I saw a woman climb over the fence, trying to escape. One of Ryan's guards pointed at her, and she lit on fire.
I had no idea.
What's happening here?
Oh! Winter blast! Okay, everybody's frozen while I'm trying to do this. Sorry! Yep! Yo! Okay, everybody chill for 2 seconds. Okay, Daddy is pissed. I think we've almost got him. Honestly, the grenade launcher is sick. Oh, Daddy. Yeah, okay. Okay.
No. I'm gonna show you what it's like to love interest.
You know? Nothing beats the bolt, I gotta say. Nothing is as good as that. Look at the girl. Wait, where'd she go? What? What's going on, little girl? Oh. What's happening, little tiny girl? Okay.
No.
Oh.
No. No. No.
Even in the gathering dark, you light a candle.
That's right.
You have saved the little ones when you might
hero.
have shown your cruelty. I am sending something your way.
Yes.
To demonstrate our thanks.
Yes. See you guys. Now I get a gift. Yes.
Whatever
There it is.
It is too dangerous to re-engineer your plastic
Nice.
safe containers with you in. You'll just have to make do.
Okay, Gatherer's Garden. Saving children can be good because you get stuff.
I brought one of the gorillas at the gate to let me in. It's awful in here. To my right, I can see a dead woman lying in the street. Everybody just walking by her like she was there. But I noticed something spray painted everywhere. Atlas lives. I don't know what it means, but it tells me it's important to these people.
Shit. Damn it! Damn it! First aid! First aid! God, these guys suck! Insect swarm! Insect swarm! That's right, bitch! How you like my swarm? Good job, guys. Good job, y'all. Oh, I'm out of money. Good night, Concussed. Carolina. Let's explode her. Nice. I really want to try. How do I do this? Oh. Oh. Can I try that? How do I do that? Remember, you take pictures of their corpses. No, I keep not remembering that. I keep forgetting. Shmeeze. Thank you. I've got the sneezes. Man, this guy is pretty good, huh? Shit. working. Finally. Alright, need some help. Yes. My little tornado.
What?
What?
Welcome to the circus of...
Oh. Picture. Whoa! Phone? Take a walk on the wild side. He just wanted to know the time. Well, it's time to get a watch. That's what the time is. Is that thing alive? Well, not anymore. Heal your injuries in the blink of an eye with new medical expert 3? Hell yes.
You think you can...
Hey, buddy, old pal. I don't like how often this is changing. It's throwing me off. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, there's a big ass lock. Okay, am I healed?
Now you are having
I'm
freedom.
healed, yes.
Su Chang's drugs should have no hold on you. Take the bathysphere to Point Prometheus. It is time for this matter to be settled.
This guy is no longer in control of me. I'm in control of myself.
Clinical trial protector system, Plasmid lot 255. Dr. Suchong, client Ryan Industries. Very frustrating day. I can't seem to get the damn big daddies to imprint on the little brats. The protection bond is just not forming. Get away. Maybe if I modify... Shush.
Yay!
Sequence to allow for... Get away, you busy little shit!
Oh my god, there's so much happening here! What What the? Well, guys, I tried to scram. I could not scram. It's okay. Sometimes it helps. Sometimes you gotta die, you know?
Observe all his commandments.
Aha! Nothing like that shotty, you know? Okay, this, oh no. Ooh, this is trouble. We're stuck. Okay, this has to go that way. Nope, oh no. Okay, we're still alive. That is gonna go up. Oh no. Oh no. Oh shit! Oh no! We almost had it. Okay. Boom. Boom. Okay. I need that to go up. Okay, and then that like that. Straight. Oh no. Oh yes. Yeah, baby. Okay, wait. Getting a little bit better at noticing the cameras.
I was just down on the ground.
Die! I almost had it. I almost had those jokers. Why? You know what? just, why is this guy? Some of these people have so much health. Is bro good? Honestly, bro was not going down.
You broke the spell! But laying all your chips on Mother Goose?
All your
It's not
chips
like
on
you
Mother
never been
Goose.
double-crossed before.
Some enemies are immune to certain damage.
What's the point, Prometheus? We'll discuss this like men. You, me, a submarine topside, and more at him than you can possibly imagine.
Joke's on you. Jesus Christ! No!
Where did that guy go?
It's so annoying. Okay. Let me figure out what gun I'm using. There we go. Wait, why isn't this working? Oh. Was somebody else using the elevator? Alright. I'm gonna light these people up. Watch this. Hell yeah, fucking right, baby. Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. What you gotta say about that? The nearest metro station can be found near Paul Square. It's in the street outside Fontaine's home for the poor. Okay, wait, where do we want to go? Prometheus? Who's this Joker?
Alright. You looking to slug it out? I'm game. But I got all the atom in the city, pal. And I ain't shy about you. Now, I'm Jake.
How do I
for a spin.
get the fuck out of here? Okay, there we go.
Go and get
Let's
this
go.
idiot.
Watch this. Oh yeah? You can play that game, buddy. Watch this. Oh shit. Come on. Wait, come on. Shit. What the fuck?
And raptors are
Shite, you let him get away. Oh, I need a moment for thinking.
What is this?
Go.
Yes, Farley. Hold on.
No problem. Find a big daddy and search his body. I would suggest you to be finding a dead one.
Find a big daddy. Okay, hold on. I thought he hit the... I thought he hit the outside. I am hearing things.
You see the suit's control system.
Oh, I'm gonna become a big daddy?
That is step one of turning you into one of those disgusting big daddies.
Okay, I'm gonna get
The
some
only way to
grenade
get through
launcher.
that door Fontaine went through is to have a little one open it for you.
I do always be blowing
It will
myself
only
up.
trust you if you look like, sound like, and even smell like one of those big stinking brutes.
I gotta smell like a big daddy?
Where do you think you're going?
Oh
You need
shit,
to
I
become
did
a
not
big
mean
daddy
to
before you are
use-
able to draw out the little ones.
I did not mean to do that, but I guess that works. Okay.
Clinical trial protector system, plasmid lot 255. Dr. Suchong, client Ryan Industries. Very frustrating day. I can't seem to get the damn big daddies to imprint on the little brats. The protection bond is just not forming.
Papa Chichon?
Get away. Maybe if I modify the genetic sequence.
No. Go.
Sequence to allow for.
God damn it.
Spread little ones to increase the surface smell. Pheromones. But this is not like putting on aftershave. You will need 3 industrial applications of this stuff. And then the little ones will be thrown to you like a beaten. You'll have to
God
gather
damn
3
it.
pheromones here, so that you smell disgusting.
There's too much. There is too much going on. There's too much. What do you want me to do? You want me to be a big daddy? No. That didn't work. Oh shit! I don't care. You know what? It's hacked. It's friendly to me.
I'm gonna go over to Mother Goose's house and I'm gonna take it apart.
Nobody is friendly to me. No one is friendly.
By brat. Consider it your legacy.
What's the matter, Mary?
Welcome to the Circus of Value.
Okay, what do they want me to do? Become a big daddy. Become a big daddy. Become a big daddy. So I gotta find some stuff. Motherfucker, shut up! My streamer playing the Ayn Rand fanfiction. That's right. Ayn Rand. Yeah, this is... It's big. It's big. It's big. This is how I go into situations. It's just guns up. Guns up, guns blazing.
Here is where you'll be finding the voice box to have sound like one of those big daddies. Repulsive creature.
Shit. it, motherfucker. I hate these bots. They'll always be coming out. Need to gather what? Wait, what do I need to gather? Gather 3 Big Daddy pheromone samples. These have been found by searching Little Wonders Educational. Okay. Health. Please. Please.
I promise. I can only be glad
Please.
that I will hear you and that awful stink. Why the little ones are drawn to the smell of those pheromones is beyond anything I can understand.
No!
Arrange for this one to be taken to the morgue.
They like the pheromones.
What is the greatest lie ever created? What is the most vicious obscenity ever perpetrated on mankind?
What is the greatest lie ever created?
No.
Little Wonders Educational Facility. Yeah. The biggest lie is the cake.
Next teller.
The cake is a lie. The cake is a lie. Sheesh!
I know why it has to be children, but why just girls? This
But
I
why
cannot
male
determine
models?
Why, but I know it is so. Fontaine says, one less bathroom to build in the orphanage.
How am I supposed to get that?
It is amazing to watch the effect of Adam on their small bodies. Their own cells replaced by the new stems, they instantly are damaged. These children are practically invulnerable. It is a shame you could not do the same thing to an adult. There would be quite a market for a man you could not kill.
Ba-da, ba-da, ba-da. I just told you.
I must be hearing things.
Whoa!
Ring down.
No, wait, why did I do that?
It's a good start. Now you need only to find the bodysuit and the voice box from the other labs, and you will be a proper fruit.
Bodysuit
Get moving.
and voice box. Okay.
You're just too spliced to smell it. Roll on back to Mother Goose now, or evidence gonna go busto.
Evidence gonna go busto. Search. Now, where are the other labs?
This one's right.
This guy is gonna go busto, buddy. Does that work? Does that work? Oh, wait, why is the music changing? Alright, I need to find... I gotta find Big Daddy suit. What did that do? Wait, why am I dying? You're not... Oh, you're not a lady. Oh, okay. More potato chips. Alright, let's see. That is the food. Alright, that was so extra. Do I have to go upstairs to the other labs? Main hall up here.
What's the matter, Frank?
It's this thinning hair, Jim. Every day there's less and less.
Joik. Tells you in the objectives menu. Right here. Yeah, but I don't know where to go. Search the nearby labs. I like when it gives me an arrow. Little Wonders Educational Facility. Anywhere that's gray. Oh, there's a lot that's gray. You clicked on the general one. Become a big daddy. Wait, sorry, where do I... What am I looking for? They fixed it with a constantly available arrow. Yeah, the arrow is a lot easier. Okay, see, because I don't know how to... Like, these maps are so confusing. I'm like, how the fuck do I get to these areas? Go upstairs. Oh, I forgot about that. Whoa! Ah! Ooh! Oh, it's got blood on it. Gross. Grody!
Look at you. We will make Big Daddy out of you yet, I think.
We will make a Big Daddy out of you.
There's only one piece missing. The bodysuit. Go to fail-safe armored escort.
Okay. Fail-safe armored escorts. And then I become Big Daddy. must become.
I did
Holy shit! They're so annoying. So annoying. That is annoying as fuck. Okay, what was it called again? The fail. What is I'm looking for? Fail safe. Fail safe armored escort. I see.
Shame things turned out this way, kid. You and me run the table in this place. Now there's nothing left for you but a long, cold nothing.
Nice. Ooh, I am looking good. I am looking good. Incinerate security. Creatures hit by this will be attacked by cameras and turrets. Incinerate. Oopsie. Okay, looking. First aid kits also give you E when searching containers. Sure. Health upgrade. Great. Engineering. Combat. Guess I'll do this. Wrench. Increases damage bonuses. I'm not very good at that. Sure. Eve upgrade. Alright, I'm at 50. Okay. That's a good upgrade. Changes will be flowing.
After Ryan takes this place here until they build his skull right thing. Find the pieces of the guide them.
Why are you dragging out your treatment?
God, you asshole!
I found her that way! Leave me alone! Look at him!
Oh no!
He's so still! He's a
God, you know what I think my problem is? I think I have too many weapons.
A rapture reminder. We all have bills to pay. And the temptation to
I got
break
too many
surface make
weapons.
A little extra added
I keep, and then I'll run out of bullets and then be like, shit. No such thing, brother. It's not an American thing. Please. you're doing the most. Suit assembly. There we go.
I'm sure the boats would be here.
Please.
Oh, shit.
The fuck?
God damn it. Exciting routes need to be shipped here.
God damn it.
What kind of idiot is just right in hiring nowadays? This kind of bullshit never happened on the Fontaine.
No! Oh, I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. For the love of fucking God. Please. I just need like 8 million more bullets. So annoying. So annoying. No, I'm lost again. Fuck. Don't know how to get to. Oh, here it is. Crossbow ammo. Oh, I'm kind of like majorly out. More bullets to come. Oh shit, here we go. That's the good stuff.
Yeah, it makes a good start. Now you go to find a bodysuit and a pair of boots.
Yeah. Let's go, baby. This is...
I didn't mean to hurt anyone! I'm getting locked up! Don't run!
See, I have like no weapon. Fuck you guys! Fuck, you're so annoying! Am I not done becoming a big daddy? Fuck, okay, I have some napalm. I do have a wrench. I do.
What is the greatest lie ever created?
Wait, what's the last thing that I have to do here? I gotta go back
What
up.
is the most vicious obscenity ever perpetrated on mankind?
You need boots and a suit. This helmet view is not great.
You know, you should be
Not
thanking
ideal.
me. I brought you here. I showed you who you are.
Oh my God, shut
Nobody
up!
ever told you nothing but lies till I come along.
This guy. It's too much. You know what? I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed. I don't have like any good weapons. I've got like 4 bullets right now.
What's the matter, Mary? You look like you...
What's the matter, Mary?
I don't feel so great. I'm dizzy, I'm nauseous.
Lock in.
See him when I'll give him a shot.
That's right, fucker.
Are you dragging out your treatment?
See ya, sucker.
This is where you find bodies.
Yes. Let's go.
Are you afraid of me, monster? Look at you. You look just the same as those. What things we have done. What things? Now the boots.
Now I just need boots. You bastard! Oh, hell yeah, bruh. Wait, you can't carry any more Eve? Wait, what's hypo? Wait, why?
It's nothing. Just a light. Just a light.
Oh, I'm maxed out. Stop. And I maxed out liquid nitrogen. Yo.
Are you here to hurt?
Okay, this is actually kind of a sick room. Okay.
Sweetheart, where are you? Come on, please. Oh, just let's not hold you.
Yeah.
I treat the one that took my baby.
Let me get some boots.
Where? Baby, is that you? Coward.
I'm beating her with a wrench, y'all. Bienvenido! Now I can collect this. And oh, I guess not. Never mind. Take pictures. What do you mean subject not in view? Shit. Oh my god. Okay. I gotta find some boots. I have 100 film.
Could I have made mistakes? One does not build cities if one is guided by doubt. But can one govern in absolute certainty? I know that my beliefs have elevated me just as I know that the things I have rejected would have destroyed me. But city, it's collapsing before.
Shit, I'm dead!
So convinced by my own beliefs.
Damn it!
I have stopped seeing the future. Perhaps.
Alright, this is it. This is it. We're gonna find some
destroy
food.
me and destroy my city. The question is to surrender. I will
Oh, I
not.
have 9 medkits. Oh my god, stupido. Stupido. This girl is on fire. Okay, let's just get some boots and then we get the hell out of here.
Oh, terrible thing. Japanese kill every man in my city, except for Suchong. Suchong have opium. Very good opium. This war, terrible thing too. But not for Suchong. Everyone's scared now. Everyone need Adam. More than the sisters can make. Good news is war makes lots of corpses. Suchong knows a way to recycle Adam from corpses. But can't send a little sister out to street unprotected. Suchong must think on this.
Am I going in circles? Wait, I can't tell. I'm trying to find these damn boots. Go to library. Where's the library? Time is a flat circle.
Look around you. There's nothing to see. Rapture's a mausoleum, a goddamn cemetery funhouse. And you and the crowd, it's just ghosts. Just a matter of time till you realize.
Okay. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? No, I'm lost. Please, I don't. Does anybody know? Anybody know?
Big Daddy make a terrible stink. Very smelly. Maybe something can be done. But the little sisters seem to like order. Now we have to find the recruits. You become Big Daddy, it's a one-way street.
To become Big Daddy.
Don't worry. Recruits will be no problem. That's Ryan. He's a good guy.
Shit.
Come on! I just want to talk.
Good stuff. That is good stuff. But I still do not know where the biblioteca is.
Who's there? Who was she? Your sister? Your cousin? I don't give a shit. Your crew! Typical behavior for someone who was
Come on, this guy. I got shelled. Jesus Christ!
Bienvenido al Amo
Okay.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Biblioteca. Must go to the main hall. I'm just going in circles. Okay, now where is the library? Downstairs? Excuse me? Sometimes you just gotta get down as fast as possible.
It's this thinning hair,
Andrew Ryan asks you a simple question. Are you a man or a slave?
Neither.
A rapture reminder. We all have bills to pay, and a temptation to break curfew to make a little extra. Stay on the level and out of trouble.
Fuck.
I'm good looking! Can't they see that?
I'm sexy and I know it. Do these guys come back to life? Is that how they keep popping up? No, I don't see it.
Dream time, Mr. B.
You were in the library? Are we, I don't know. I don't see. I'm so confused because I've been in these places a million times at this point. Where is the fucking library?
Yeah! Report!
Okay. Atrium balcony. I just think the map is so shitty. I'm gonna be so fucking for real. I'm gonna be so for real. It does not, like, label anything. So... it's ass. Like, why doesn't it have library labeled? And it just says check in the library, and you're like, where? I've been saying that. Yeah. Like, is this... where... to the left of the atrium balcony? I have no idea. Okay, there's the fail-safe armored escorts. Okay, here we go. Mendel Memorial Library. Okay. But see how, like, it... was I... there you go. Shit, motherfucker. so annoying. New damage research 2.
We tricked you, monster.
Really? I don't think you tricked me.
My lord.
Oh my god! There it is. There's the boots. Thank God. Okay, thank God. I got him.
Yes. Now this is a big daddy.
Now I'm a
Are you
big
ready?
daddy. Yes.
Now go to the little sister vent by the proving grounds.
I've got rapture now. I've got the atom now. You think
I've
you're half enough to put the spear in me? Where you gonna go? Your life, your family, they're a fairy tale, kid. No more real than something you read about in the Saturday Evening Post. Poor Beth.
Heard that about stepping on anyone?
Whipped up in a half-baked science experiment.
All right. Let's...
You need to bring them out of hiding and then they'll let you in the door. Go on, hit the vent with your wrench.
Hit. Oh. Oh. Oh.
On the bedroom. It would mean very much to me if you will be gentle with the girl.
Oh my God, I have a
Mein
little
kleines Mädchen.
sister. I have a little sister. What's up, little sis? What's up? Okay. Where do we want to go? We want to go escort the little sister. If she dies, summon another little sister from a glowing bed. All right. I'm trying to find a stopping point. I think this is a good stopping point. I think we're gonna save there. Hold on. Click on the door in front of you. Wait. Oh, this. Oh, this. Okay. That's a good spot. That's a good spot, you guys. Alrighty. I think we made some good progress. We're almost at 6 hours. Soul boot. Soul boot. Appreciate ya. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Good night, everybody. Good night. Okay, let's see who is Do you guys want to go to... Oh, you know what? I'm going to send you guys the Lord Spew. He's streaming. Hopefully I don't get too... No, you're good, dude. I will tell you, but otherwise, you're good. You're a queen, much love. You guys are the best. Well, you want to play the rest of the series if we're moving on to a different... I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the plan is when I come back from Japan that I will play Baldur's Gate 3. But then, I can do other gaming as well when we start on that. But that's the plan. I don't think I will be live tomorrow because I am planning to go do some streams. But, sorry, I'm planning to watch some films that I need to watch tomorrow night. And it's my only chance to. And then Friday, I think I might end up streaming twice on Friday. I think I'm going to do my morning stream because I have that interview. And then might do second stream Friday night. Just like fun stuff. Whoa. So probably not live tomorrow. Maybe live twice on Friday. I'm talking to David Ehrlich of the IndieWire. Anyway, I'll let you guys know in the Discord. I'll see you later. Good night. Bye.